Excuses can act like a blanket, offering comfort when uncertainty arises. They give you a reason to delay, to put off the ambitions you once felt so passionately about. You may tell yourself there's not enough time, the conditions aren't right, or the resources just aren't there. Yet these same explanations can quietly chip away at your drive, keeping you in a cycle of inaction far longer than you ever intended. Once you awaken to the idea that every excuse is rooted in fear or indecision, you begin to see the cost of letting them run your choices. By acknowledging that many of these barriers exist only in your head, you set the stage to move from stalling to starting, from intention to consistent follow-through. There's a subtle power in admitting that real action is possible right now, despite whatever incomplete circumstances you believe you face. Perhaps the biggest shift is deciding that small, messy attempts are better than waiting for perfect conditions. In that single decision, you rewrite your approach to each day, choosing progress over hesitation. You let each step you take, no matter how minor, break the hold excuses have on you. Before long, you realize that all those reasons you thought you needed to wait were just illusions, because as soon as you commit to acting, momentum appears. And once momentum's on your side, the line between dreaming and doing begins to blur, allowing you to accomplish within a week what might otherwise have lingered on a wish list forever. Excuses often arise from the gap between the life you envision and the comfort of your current habits. It can be tempting to cling to reasons why it's never the right time. You might tell yourself the schedule is too cramped, your skill set too limited, or your support system too weak. Yet beneath these rationalizations often lie deeper fears of failure, of judgment, or even of success itself. Addressing these unspoken worries head-on is a pivotal step in moving from endless postponement to consistent effort. By naming the fears at play, you begin to see that excuses are frequently just camouflage, shielding you from the vulnerability of truly trying. Sometimes these avoidance mechanisms show up in subtle ways. Perhaps you commit to tasks you don't truly value, leaving no room for the projects that ignite your passion. Or you might spend hours organizing minor details, convincing yourself you're making progress while sidestepping the core challenge. This pattern can continue indefinitely if not disrupted. Days turn into weeks, and those heartfelt goals remain stuck. Yet the moment you decide to be brutally honest with yourself, asking, am I hiding behind this small busy work because I'm afraid of the real project? You unlock a chance to break free. That honesty pierces through illusions and helps you refocus on the tasks that truly matter. Another culprit that fuels excuses is the myth of ideal conditions. You might daydream about an uninterrupted block of days or the perfect synergy of resources and motivation, believing that only then will you truly start. This outlook can leave you perpetually waiting for a moment that never arrives. Real action typically takes root in imperfect circumstances, in the midst of life's daily pressures, messy schedules, and sporadic energies. When you accept that you can begin even with partial clarity and limited time, you grant yourself permission to make incremental progress. Each small step leads to the next, and you grow more capable by navigating real-world constraints rather than fantasizing about a perfectly orchestrated future. Momentum is another factor that can transform good intentions into tangible results, but it can stall if excuses creep in at the wrong time. Imagine you finally gather your courage to start a project. Maybe you block off a few hours on a weekend or decide to wake up earlier each day. If you yield to the first excuse that appears. That hard-won burst of determination dissipates. However, if you push past the initial discomfort, you discover that action can be surprisingly self-sustaining. You see a hint of progress, a first draft written, a plan mapped out, and that taste of movement fuels the next phase. Soon, you're reminded that the biggest hurdle was simply getting started, and having crossed that threshold, the path becomes clearer. Accountability, whether self-imposed or shared, often marks the difference between an idea that fizzles and one that flourishes. It's much easier to invent excuses if you keep your goals private, never expressing them to someone who might check in on your progress. When you publicly commit, even if it's just telling a friend you'll complete a certain task by week's end, you add a layer of motivation. The fear of looking inconsistent can be enough to push you through a bout of laziness or doubt. That said, accountability thrives on sincerity. If you're just putting on a show for external validation, you may revert to excuses as soon as no one's looking. True accountability emerges when you're willing to be transparent about your stumbles and still keep going. When confronting a daunting goal, breaking it into bite-sized tasks is crucial to dissolving excuses. A mountain of responsibility can paralyze you with its enormity. But if you isolate a sliver of the project that you can handle today, maybe it's drafting a single paragraph or contacting one potential ally, you convert an abstract ambition into a concrete step. The mind is more likely to agree, yes, I can do that now, than to commit to something massive all at once. You repeat this process daily, carving out manageable pieces, and each completed piece not only drives progress, but chips away at the excuses that feed on overwhelm. A parallel approach to chunking tasks is identifying your prime working style, so you tackle high-resistance tasks during periods of peak energy. Some people are sharpest in the early morning, others in the late evening. By aligning crucial steps, like writing important emails or outlining a complicated proposal, with your natural energy, you reduce the friction that excuses can exploit. If you're drowsy or mentally drained, any reason to delay can feel valid. But if you schedule critical tasks when you're awake and focused, you shrink the window in which excuses can flourish. This simple tweak can yield immediate improvements. The same hour of effort can achieve significantly more if you match it with your body and mind's rhythm. Temptations and distractions spur excuses by offering an easy escape when a task gets challenging. Whether it's tidying a workspace, indulging in a hobby, or checking if there's a quick errand you can run, your brain loves to rationalize these detours. Declaring specific periods as no excuse zones can combat this impulse. You decide that for 1 hour you won't pivot to any diversion unless it's a true emergency. Keeping a simple notepad to capture random to-dos or ideas that pop up prevents them from derailing your immediate focus. When that hour is up, you can briefly assess those side thoughts. This method lowers the allure of impulsive rationalizations because you've created a boundary in which your primary project has unconditional priority. Excuses lose their grip when you develop a bias toward action in your daily mindset. This shift entails consistently choosing to act where possible, writing that email now, making that call promptly, or opening that research material immediately. rather than postponing. You train your brain to respond, "Let's do it," whenever it registers hesitation. Each time you override the impulse to delay, you fortify a habit of execution. Over a week, these seemingly minor decisions add up, leaving you with a track record of completed tasks rather than a backlog. At the same time, you start to build a reputation in your own eyes as someone who gets things done. That self-image becomes a fortress against the usual reasons you might come up with to postpone. It's worth noting that not all excuses are baseless. Sometimes genuine constraints exist. You might truly lack certain resources or face unavoidable obligations. The difference lies in whether you adapt to these constraints or let them become reasons to halt completely. If a legitimate obstacle stands in your way, you can scale the project back or find a short-term workaround instead of shelving the goal entirely. This approach keeps you in motion even if the steps are smaller than you'd ideally like. By refusing to let a partial blockage transform into a full stop, you maintain momentum and respect the reality that some hurdles require time to overcome. Confidence often flourishes in that gray zone where conditions aren't perfect, but you push forward anyway. Each victory, even if modest, proves you can progress under less than ideal circumstances. That creates a feedback loop. The more you see yourself acting despite imperfections, the less tempting it is to hide behind excuses next time. This new self-image and person who proceeds regardless of minor or moderate setbacks becomes a powerful counterweight against old habits of avoidance. As you accumulate these small successes, you reduce the intimidation factor of future challenges. Another thread in moving from excuses to execution is learning to say no to what doesn't align with your real priorities. A great deal of procrastination arises when you take on tasks or commitments that don't serve your key objectives, then feel overwhelmed and push the important stuff aside. The more comfortable you become with respectfully declining demands that don't match your goals, the fewer excuses you'll generate for neglecting the pursuits that do matter. That shift might feel uncomfortable initially, especially if you're used to pleasing others or maintaining a busy schedule just to appear productive. But once you enforce boundaries, you free up energy and attention for the goals you've been postponing. Reflection is another potent mechanism for shrinking excuses. Many people rush from one commitment to the next without pausing to question whether they're spending their time productively. A quick daily or weekly check-in asking, which of my actions today moved me closer to my top goals and which served as convenient avoidance, can be eye-opening. You might realize you spent hours reorganizing minor details while ignoring a crucial phone call. Once you see these patterns, you can plan better for tomorrow, deciding to tackle the high-resistance but high-impact task first. Over multiple reflections, you refine your workflow to target the root of your procrastination, dismantling it piece by piece. Embracing the concept of start messy, refine later, helps diffuse the excuse that you're not ready yet. If you insist on having every detail perfect before you begin, you offer your mind endless opportunities to justify more delays. By allowing a rough first iteration, whether it's a sketch of your idea, a casual conversation to explore possibilities, or a trial run of a new skill, you break the ice of inaction. These rough starts can look unpolished, but they generate momentum and new information. That information, in turn, guides your next steps, helping you see what truly needs improving instead of guessing. Rewards and positive reinforcement, even in small doses, can propel you from thought to action. You might promise yourself a simple treat or a relaxing break after tackling a task you've dreaded. While external motivators might not be the ultimate solution, they can ease the initial push. As you collect these modest wins, your mind starts associating effort with a sense of achievement and relief rather than with intimidation. Eventually, the real reward becomes the progress itself. But a small incentive can help bridge that gap in the early stages. There's power in visualizing the immediate consequences of continued excuses. If you fast forward a few months, still spinning the same story, no time, not enough know-how, what opportunities will you have lost? This flash forward can be unsettling, but motivating. Realizing that your future self might be in the same place with the same regrets can spark a sense of urgency. You begin to see that every day you delay is a day you're not investing in your own growth or the outcomes you envision. Sometimes that realization is the push needed to say, I'd rather deal with imperfections now than with years of missed chances. Cultivating a circle of driven people can dissolve your usual justifications for stalling. When you're around people who regularly set and meet goals, normalizing progress becomes simpler. Their approach to challenges, focusing on solutions rather than reasons not to act, rubs off on you, reinforcing that it's possible to juggle life's demands and still move forward. These peers or mentors can provide a mirror for your excuses, calling them out gently or showing how they've tackled similar constraints. This camaraderie counteracts the isolation that often lets excuses multiply unchecked. A final step in dismantling excuses is designing a realistic but structured schedule that builds accountability into each day. If you commit to spending the first hour after waking on your main project and you log your actions in a simple journal, you create a system that reveals whether you're following through. If you miss that slot and fill it with trivialities, you see the pattern in black and white. That visibility can prompt quicker corrections. Over time, the routine of doing that first hour consistently undermines your ability to say, I don't have time, because you've already devoted a daily block. Building on that consistency, you eventually stop waiting for bursts of motivation and lean into the rhythm you've created. Action becomes less about grand gestures and more about the steady pattern you repeat daily. This shift might feel unremarkable at first, just a few hours blocked off in a calendar or a few small tasks completed before other obligations begin. But within a week, you can see significant changes. Tasks that once lingered in the realm of I'll get to it someday now have a foothold in real progress. And you recognize that your schedule is no longer a jumbled list of half-completed intentions. When you do face a moment of hesitation, reminding yourself of past accomplishments can jolt you back into motion. Sometimes the mind forgets how capable you've been in earlier instances, focusing instead on any immediate discomfort or challenge. By recalling a time you overcame a similar block, I managed that project despite feeling unprepared, or I resolved that conflict even though it seemed daunting. You reassure yourself that you're no stranger to pressing forward in adverse conditions. This recollection can be as brief as a 30-second reflection, yet it undercuts the voice that insists you can't handle the current obstacle. Deeper than any single tactic is the realization that excuses often stem from an underlying narrative about who you are and what you deserve. Maybe you believe you're too disorganized to accomplish a complex goal, or you think your environment is too limiting. Each time you feed that narrative, you give yourself reasons not to push harder. On the other hand, each act of execution, no matter how small, chips away at the notion that you're stuck or inadequate. You start rewriting the story of what you're capable of, which can lift the weight of self-imposed limitations. Visual aids can help reinforce this new story. Some keep a simple chart where they mark an X for every day they meet their primary objective, creating a chain of consecutive accomplishments. Others prefer a quick journal entry summarizing what they accomplished that day, plus a note on how it felt. With each marked success, you see evidence that you don't need more excuses. Failure to execute stands out plainly, but so do your wins, and that balanced visibility keeps you honest. Before long, you find motivation in not wanting to break your streak of consistent action. One important point is to expect and accept missteps. Even with the best systems, you may drop the ball occasionally. Maybe you skip a day or let fear override your plan. If you treat that slip as proof you're doomed, you open the door for excuses to come roaring back. If you treat it as a brief detour, you can correct course quickly. The difference between those who succeed and those who languish in excuses often boils down to how they respond to setbacks. A single lapse doesn't define your capacity or your destiny. It simply highlights an area to improve. Bounce back the next day, reaffirm your plan, and move forward with renewed resolve. The physical environment plays a role in enabling action. If your workspace or living area is cluttered with distractions, you make it easy for excuses to slip in whenever focus gets tough. A 5-minute tidying session or an intentional rearrangement of your workspace can make a surprising difference. By removing the objects or triggers that typically lead to procrastination, like a comfy chair that lures you into daydreaming, you reduce the friction of staying on task. Sometimes a small adjustment, such as facing your desk away from a distracting view, can boost the likelihood you'll act on your goals. Peer pressure, when used positively, can further cement a no-excuse approach. Team up with a friend or colleague who has similar goals and pledge to report your progress each evening. This collaboration transforms your personal mission into a shared journey. You cheer each other on, occasionally swapping tips and short reminders to stay on track. The knowledge that someone else is rooting for you and expecting an update can push you to power through moments where you'd otherwise say, "I'll do it tomorrow." Rather than fostering competition, this synergy often breeds mutual success as each partner's small triumph energizes the other. Action becomes simpler when you remove the illusion that big leaps happen out of nowhere. Those who seem to make dramatic progress typically undergo steady but consistent improvement behind the scenes. Break down any impressive achievement, and you'll often find a string of daily or weekly tasks carried out without fail. By focusing on that daily grind, delivering small results repeatedly, you replicate the same pattern. Excuses struggle to survive in the face of a well-chosen routine because each day's tasks feel too small to justify major reasons for delay, yet too essential to skip. Another effective tactic is to mentally rehearse how you'll respond when an excuse surfaces. Think about it. You anticipate that at some point you'll feel too tired or uncertain, so you plan a short pep talk for yourself. I promised to dedicate half an hour to this task tonight, so let me get started. If it's awful after half an hour, I can stop. Often, simply beginning breaks the hold of reluctance, and you find enough momentum to finish. Having that prepared script shuts down impulsive rationalization before it settles in. An intentional approach to rest keeps your energy balanced for sustained action. When you slip into random guilt-laden breaks, wandering off without purpose, the rest rarely refreshes you. On the other hand, scheduling short, mindful pauses can recharge you better, ensuring you return to tasks with sharper focus. If you commit to, say, a 15-minute reading session or a short walk, you experience a cleaner break that revitalizes you, removing the excuse that you're simply too drained to continue. The key is clarity, choosing how to rest instead of letting fatigue or boredom decide. It's important to watch out for that perfectionism angle, an excuse that masquerades as high standards. If you tell yourself you won't start because you don't have the perfect plan, you give your mind permission to procrastinate indefinitely. The truth is, your plan will evolve once you're in motion. Even a half-baked strategy can be refined along the way, but zero progress occurs if you never launch. Owning this fact strips away the shield that perfectionism provides. You shift from waiting to refine your blueprint to actively building and improving it in real time, which in turn fosters a more agile mindset. Flexibility in your approach helps ward off the excuse that things aren't going exactly as planned. If you remain rigid, a minor setback can feel like a catastrophe and tempt you to quit. When you design your plan with room for adaptation, unexpected obstacles become signals to adjust rather than reasons to abandon your effort. Perhaps your timeline shifts by a few days, or you outsource a small portion of the work. Each instance of troubleshooting this way brings you closer to seeing problems as solvable rather than final. This resilience gradually becomes part of your identity, someone who doesn't fold under changing conditions, but instead recalibrates and pushes forward. Cultivating calm in the face of pressure is another skill that transforms excuses into progress. Many times, people default to delay because panic convinces them they need more time or extra preparation. By practicing simple stress management like controlled breathing, a quick mental break, or a short walk, you diffuse that sense of overwhelm. Once you're calmer, you see that taking a small step now is far more productive than waiting for anxiety to vanish. Over the week, these steady, calm-driven actions compound into visible movement, precisely because you didn't allow tension to morph into procrastination. Focusing on your why can slash the power of excuses. If you keep your core motivation in plain sight, maybe it's helping your family, building a certain career, or honing your creativity, each tempting rationale to push things off seems weaker by comparison. You can ask, does skipping this task align with the vision I have, or does it undermine it? This quick inquiry can jolt you back to action, reminding you that your deeper purpose outweighs a fleeting reason not to try. This tie to purpose is powerful enough to slice through mental inertia, especially when you capture that purpose in tangible form, a note on your wall, a meaningful quote on your desk, or an image symbolizing the outcome you seek. Although accountability partners and external structures are valuable, self-reliance and pushing through resistance is vital. Sometimes circumstances won't provide the perfect ally or a firm deadline. In those moments, the discipline you've cultivated through consistent small wins becomes the internal engine that keeps you moving. You recognize that waiting for someone else to hold you accountable can become its own excuse. Instead, you decide that you are the final check, the person who will or won't transform intention into real work. This acceptance of personal responsibility short-circuits a common delay tactic, blaming outside factors for your lack of follow-through. Carving out a weekly review session where you track how you handled excuses can reinforce this self-driven approach. Look at each goal you set. Did you meet it, or did you rationalize skipping it? If you find a pattern, maybe mornings slip away because you linger in bed, or evenings vanish to unplanned social calls, you plan specific countermeasures for the coming week. This might mean setting an alarm for a slightly earlier rise, or blocking certain hours in the evening with a do not disturb approach. Over time, these small course corrections remove the typical pitfalls that feed your excuses. What remains is a steadily improving environment where your schedule, mindset, and goals align. It helps to treat excuses like signals of what might need extra attention. If you repeatedly say, "I don't have the skills," that's a clue you might need some training or a quick study session before proceeding. If you often claim you're too tired, you might need to revise your sleep schedule or your diet so you have the energy to tackle big tasks. By interpreting excuses as hints rather than final barriers, you shape a proactive approach to each obstacle. You stop viewing them as brick walls and start seeing them as call-outs directing you to a solution. Not only does this lead to tangible progress, but it reframes your mind to see every challenge as potentially solvable. When frustration or discouragement appears, the temptation to revert to old habits spikes. Perhaps the progress you hoped for doesn't materialize as fast as you planned. In that vulnerable moment, a stack of reasons to postpone emerges. What's the rush? It's not working anyway. But if you hold on to the knowledge that meaningful change often takes longer than expected, you can push through. Each day of effort lays another brick in the path, even if the final structure is still out of sight. Patience, combined with determination, eventually brings breakthroughs that excuses can't hold back. A key insight is that action breeds clarity, while overthinking often feeds excuses. You might not know all the steps or the ideal approach, but by doing something, a partial experiment, a single phone call, you learn more than any amount of speculation can reveal. Each mini step illuminates the next move. Conversely, when you stay stuck in planning mode, you give yourself room to say, "I need more time to figure it out," which can spiral into open-ended delay. So whenever you feel uncertain, remind yourself that a small, potentially imperfect action is usually the fastest way to gather the insights you need. Taking real action this week doesn't demand a total overhaul of your routines. Often it's the cumulative effect of a few decisive moments where you skip the usual excuse, choose the harder path of doing the task, and let that pattern repeat daily. By the end of the week, you see tangible results. A proposal drafted, a new habit started, or a crucial discussion finally had. Those results bring a jolt of motivation, and you realize how much the daily excuses were holding you back. Realizing you can sidestep them fosters confidence. Confidence then loops back, making it even easier to keep action at the forefront. The journey from excuses to execution is less about raw talent and more about redirecting your mindset. By identifying common rationalizations, crafting a plan that accommodates real constraints, and maintaining consistent accountability, whether through friends, personal logs, or internal discipline, you move swiftly out of the realm of maybe someday into I'm doing it now. That transformation, which can spark within mere days, sets the tone for a life driven by conscious effort instead of passive dreaming. Action becomes the norm and excuses fade, replaced by a steady momentum that upholds your intentions, clarifies your priorities, and delivers results you can see and build upon. A sense of perspective can further reduce the appeal of excuses because it places your immediate tasks within a larger storyline that you truly care about. Sometimes the mind fixates on short-term discomfort, forgetting that small sacrifices today pave the way for longer-term satisfaction. By stepping back and imagining how your actions this week tie into a vision for your life, be it personal freedom, creative fulfillment, financial stability, or service to others, you remind yourself that each fleeting hassle is part of a grander picture you've chosen. This wider view often injects patience and determination into the daily grind, because you see that every chunk of effort means one more brick laid toward a future you've consciously envisioned. Yet the concept of short-term gains should not be overlooked either. While the ultimate outcome might lie months or years away, finding small rewards or markers of advancement keeps you from drifting. The pride of finishing a chapter of a personal project, or noticing that a new routine has boosted your energy levels. You can track immediate changes in your environment. Maybe your workspace becomes tidier or your daily schedule more relaxed because you tackled lingering chores earlier in the week. By spotting these near-term wins, you nurture a consistent appetite for action, fueling the will to press on even when the ultimate goal still lies beyond the horizon. Guilt can become a subtle barrier, masquerading as a push to do better, but often leading to the same inaction. If you constantly berate yourself for not doing more, you might slip into a negative cycle where you feel too defeated to make any progress at all. A gentler yet firm approach, acknowledging you want to improve without beating yourself up, allows for healthier motivation. You can observe, I didn't achieve everything I wanted today, but tomorrow is a fresh chance, rather than I always fail, so why bother trying? This balanced perspective lets you own your shortcomings without letting them define you, ultimately breaking the chains of inertia that guilt often forges. Your environment can be molded to reinforce action. Suppose you're aiming to read more. Stashing a book in a visible spot might remove the excuse, I don't have any reading material nearby. If your goal is to exercise daily, placing workout clothes where you'll see them first thing in the morning can push away the claim, I forgot to prepare. By making the path to your priority as frictionless as possible, you reduce the micro barriers that feed excuses. Even labeling certain items or areas with short reminders can anchor your intentions. Instead of waiting for the perfect cue, you're shaping the world around you to spark execution at just the right times.
times in your life when you felt truly powerful, truly in control. I'm willing to bet that those moments were not when you were surrounded by a crowd or when you had a safety net beneath you. No, those moments came when you stood alone, when you faced the challenge head on without anyone else to lean on. That's when you discovered your strength, your resilience, your power. You see, the lone wolf doesn't rely on the pack. The lone wolf doesn't wait for the group to decide which direction to go. The lone wolf moves with purpose, with determination, with a quiet confidence that comes from knowing its own strength. And that's what I want to encourage you to cultivate within yourself. You're probably saying, "But Jim, isn't it lonely to walk alone?" And to that I say, yes, it can be. But there's a difference between being lonely and being alone. Being lonely is a state of mind. It's a feeling of emptiness, of longing for connection. But being alone, truly alone, is a state of power. It's a state of self-reliance, of independence. It's where you find out who you really are without the noise and the influence of others. Let me tell you a little story. Years ago, when I was just starting out in my career, I had a mentor. A wise man who taught me a lot about life and business. He said to me, "Jim, if you want to succeed, you have to be willing to go it alone. You got to be willing to stand apart from the crowd, to make decisions that others might not understand, to walk a path that others might not follow." At the time, I didn't fully understand what he meant. I thought success was about building a network, about having a team around you. And while those things are important, what he was really trying to teach me was the value of independence, the value of self-reliance. You see, when you walk alone, you learn to trust yourself. You learn to listen to your own inner voice instead of being swayed by the opinions of others. You learn to make decisions based on your own judgment, your own instincts. And that's where true power comes from. Because when you can rely on yourself, when you know that you can face any challenge on your own, there's nothing that can stop you. But let's be clear about something. Walking alone doesn't mean isolating yourself. It doesn't mean shutting out the world or refusing help when it's needed. It simply means that you are your own foundation. You are the one responsible for your success, your happiness, your life. It's about taking ownership, full ownership of your life and your destiny. And let me tell you, when you take ownership of your life, when you decide to walk like a lone wolf, something amazing happens. You start to see opportunities where others see obstacles. You start to find solutions where others find excuses. You start to feel a sense of freedom, of empowerment that you've never felt before. Now, I know this isn't an easy path. It's not for everyone. It takes courage, it takes determination, it takes a willingness to face your fears and to confront your weaknesses. But the rewards are worth it. Because when you walk this path, when you do it by yourself, you discover a strength within you that you never knew existed. You discover a confidence, a resilience that will carry you through any challenge, any hardship, any adversity. And think about the great leaders, the great innovators, the great achievers throughout history. They didn't follow the crowd. They didn't wait for someone else to show them the way. They blazed their own trail. They made their own path. They walked like lone wolves, with a vision that others couldn't see, with a determination that others couldn't match. Take Nikola Tesla, for example. Tesla spent countless hours alone in his laboratory, immersed in his experiments and driven by an insatiable curiosity. He wasn't escaping from the world. He was exploring its deepest mysteries, seeking to harness the power of electricity and energy. In that solitude, he pioneered innovations that laid the groundwork for modern technology. Tesla walked like a lone wolf, and in doing so, he discovered truths that have forever changed the way we live. So, what does this mean for you? It means that you have to find your own path. You got to trust your own instincts, your own vision. You have to be willing to stand alone, to walk alone, if that's what it takes to achieve your goals. You have to be willing to be different, to be misunderstood, to be criticized. Because that's the price of greatness. That's the price of walking like a lone wolf. But here's the thing. When you walk alone, you're never really alone. Because when you walk in alignment with your true self, when you follow your own path, you attract the right people, the right opportunities, the right circumstances into your life. You create a magnetic force that draws in everything you need to succeed. But it starts with you. It starts with your decision to walk your own path, to do it by yourself. And let me tell you, there's a power in that decision. There's a power in saying, I am responsible for my life. I am responsible for my success. I am responsible for my happiness. Because when you take that responsibility, you take back your power. You stop waiting for someone else to come along and fix things for you. You stop blaming others for your circumstances. You stop making excuses, and you start taking action. Now, I know some of you might be thinking, but Jim, what about teamwork? What about collaboration? What about the power of the group? And yes, those things are important. But here's the key. Before you can effectively work with others, before you can truly collaborate, you have to know who you are. You have to be strong in yourself. You got to be able to stand on your own 2 feet. Because if you don't, you'll end up losing yourself in the group. You'll end up compromising your vision, your values, your dreams to fit in with others. But when you know who you are, when you're strong in yourself, you can work with others from a place of power, from a place of confidence. You can contribute your unique strengths, your unique perspective, without losing yourself in the process. And that's where true collaboration happens. That's where the magic happens. So, how do you cultivate this strength? How do you become like the lone wolf, powerful, independent, self-reliant? It starts with a decision. A decision to take full responsibility for your life. A decision to trust yourself, to believe in yourself. A decision to walk your own path, no matter what others might say or think. And then, it's about taking action. It's about doing the hard work, the inner work, to build your strength, your confidence, your resilience. It's about facing your fears, your doubts, your insecurities, and overcoming them. It's about setting goals, big goals, and working relentlessly to achieve them. It's about being disciplined, focused, and committed to your vision. But it's also about something more. It's about finding your purpose, your why. Because when you have a strong enough why, when you have a purpose that drives you, that fuels you, you can overcome any obstacle, any challenge. You can walk alone because you know why you're walking. You know where you're going. And that gives you the strength, the courage to keep going, even when the road gets tough. Look at Gandhi. Gandhi was a lawyer who faced discrimination and injustice while living in South Africa. an experience that deeply shaped his worldview. Returning to India, he chose to lead the struggle for independence not through violence, but through nonviolent resistance, a path that was both difficult and lonely. Gandhi was often misunderstood, ridiculed, and faced opposition even from within his own ranks. But he remained steadfast, embracing simplicity, fasting, and spending long periods in isolation to deepen his resolve. Gandhi didn't choose the easy road, but he found profound strength in his commitment to his principles. He walked like a lone wolf, not because it was easy, but because it was the path he believed in. Through his solitary commitment, Gandhi inspired millions to fight for freedom with peace, and his legacy continues to influence the world. His story teaches us that even in the face of overwhelming odds, we have the power to choose our path, to stand firm in our beliefs, and to inspire change by walking alone if necessary. So I challenge you today. I challenge you to take responsibility for your life. I challenge you to walk like a lone wolf, to trust yourself, to believe in yourself. I challenge you to find your purpose, your why, and to let that drive you, to let that fuel you. I challenge you to do it by yourself, not because you have to, but because you choose to, because you know that's where your true power lies. And I promise you, if you do this, if you commit to this path, you will discover a strength, a confidence, a resilience within yourself that you never knew existed. You will discover that you are capable of achieving things you never thought possible. You will discover that you don't need to follow the crowd, that you don't need to wait for someone else to show you the way. You will discover that you have the power, the ability, the strength to create the life you want, the life you deserve. But remember, this is a journey. It's not something that happens overnight. It takes time. It takes effort. It takes persistence. There will be setbacks. There will be challenges. There will be times when you feel like giving up. But those are the moments that define you. Those are the moments when you have to dig deep, when you have to find that inner strength, that inner fire, and keep going. And when you do, when you push through those tough times, when you overcome those obstacles, you'll come out the other side stronger, wiser, more resilient. You'll come out the other side with a confidence, a self-assurance that no one can take away from you. You'll have earned it, you'll have built it from the ground up, and it will be yours to carry forward in everything you do. And let me tell you, that kind of confidence, that kind of self-assurance is priceless. It's the foundation upon which all success is built. Because when you believe in yourself, when you know that you can rely on yourself, you become unstoppable. You become the kind of person who can face any challenge, who can take on any obstacle, and who can come out victorious. I want you to think about your own life for a moment. Where are you waiting for someone else to give you permission? Where are you holding back because you're afraid of what others might think? Where are you relying on others when you should be relying on yourself? These are the questions that you need to ask yourself, and you need to be honest with the answers. Because here's the truth. No one is coming to save you. No one is going to hand you success, happiness, or fulfillment on a silver platter. It's up to you. It's up to you to decide what you want, to make a plan, and to take action. It's up to you to walk your own path, to do it by yourself, to walk like a lone wolf. And when you do, when you take that first step, you'll start to see the world differently. You'll start to see opportunities where there were once only obstacles. You'll start to feel a sense of power, of control, that you've never felt before. You'll start to realize that you are the master of your own destiny, that you have the power to create the life you want. But it all starts with you. It starts with a decision, a commitment, to take responsibility for your life, to stop waiting for others, to stop making excuses, and to start taking action. It starts with a decision to trust yourself, to believe in yourself, to walk your own path. And when you do, when you make that commitment, you'll find that you are stronger, more capable, more resilient than you ever imagined. You'll find that you have everything you need within you to succeed, to achieve your goals, to live the life you've always dreamed of. So here's another challenge for today. Make that decision. Decide to do it by yourself. Decide to walk like a lone wolf. Decide to take control of your life, to take responsibility for your future, and to create the life you want. And when you do that, you'll discover a power within you that you never knew existed. You'll discover that you can achieve things you never thought possible. You'll discover that you don't need to follow the crowd, that you don't need to wait for someone else to show you the way. You'll discover that you have the power, the ability, the strength to create the life you want, the life you deserve. So walk your own path. Do it by yourself. Walk like a lone wolf. And watch as your life transforms in ways you never thought possible. Because when you walk your own path, when you do it by yourself, there's no limit to what you can achieve.
Success is a word that carries so much weight, aspiration, and promise. For many, it's the ultimate goal, a destination where fulfillment, recognition, and satisfaction meet. Yet for others, success can evoke feelings of discomfort, anxiety, or even fear. These emotions are rarely discussed as they often hide in the shadows, masked by excuses or rationalizations. The idea that you could fear success, consciously or unconsciously, might sound strange. After all, isn't success what everyone is striving for? But this fear is real, and its impact can be profound, shaping your decisions, behaviors, and even the opportunities you pursue or avoid. Fear of success isn't the loud, obvious kind of fear that paralyzes you in a moment of danger. It's subtle, quiet, and insidious. It whispers in your ear, making you second-guess your worthiness or readiness for the rewards that success might bring. It convinces you to stay small, to play it safe, to stick to what's familiar. And it does this so gently, so persuasively, that you might not even realize it's happening. But the consequences are unmistakable. Missed opportunities, stalled growth, and a lingering sense of frustration, as though you're standing in your own way. This fear often stems from deeper, unexamined beliefs about what success means and what it might demand of you. Success isn't just about achieving a goal. It comes with responsibilities, expectations, and changes, both internal and external. For some, these changes feel like risks too great to take. The fear isn't about failing to succeed. It's about what happens if you actually do. This fear can manifest in procrastination, self-sabotage, or a reluctance to fully commit to your goals. Recognizing this fear and understanding its roots is the first step toward breaking free from its grip. When you begin to uncover the hidden ways fear of success is influencing your life, you gain the power to challenge it. You start to see that success isn't something to fear, but something to embrace. An opportunity to grow, to contribute, and to live more fully. This journey isn't about erasing the fear completely. It's about understanding it, reframing it, and moving forward in spite of it. Because success isn't just about what you achieve, it's about who you become in the process. Fear of success often hides behind behaviors and thought patterns that seem unrelated or even justified. One of the most common ways it manifests is through procrastination. You tell yourself you're just waiting for the right time, or that you'll take action once everything is perfectly aligned. But in reality, these delays are often a form of resistance. Deep down, you may worry about what will happen if you succeed. Will it disrupt your life? Will it change how others see you? Will it demand more of you than you're ready to give? These questions linger beneath the surface, and procrastination becomes a way of avoiding them. Another hallmark of this fear is self-sabotage. This can take many forms, from setting unrealistic goals that are bound to fail to undermining your own efforts just as you're on the brink of success. On the surface, it might look like bad luck or poor planning, but often it's a subconscious attempt to stay within the boundaries of what feels safe and familiar. Fear of success reveals itself in perfectionism. While striving for excellence is admirable, perfectionism can become a trap. It convinces you that unless everything is flawless, it's better not to try at all. This mindset keeps you in a cycle of overthinking and inaction, preventing you from moving forward. At its core, perfectionism is often rooted in a fear of judgment, of being seen, of being vulnerable, of risking failure even in the midst of success. Relationships can be a breeding ground for this fear. You might worry that achieving your goals will create distance between you and the people you care about. Will they feel threatened or envious? Will they expect more from you or treat you differently? These concerns can lead to hesitation as you grapple with the potential impact of success on your social and emotional connections. It's not uncommon to downplay your achievements or shrink your ambitions in an effort to preserve harmony in your relationships. Another layer of this fear comes from the weight of responsibility that success brings. Success often means taking on greater challenges, making tougher decisions, and living up to higher expectations. This responsibility can feel overwhelming, leading you to question whether you're truly ready or capable. You might tell yourself that staying where you are is easier, safer, or more manageable, even if it means sacrificing your potential. The roots of these fears often trace back to childhood experiences or societal messages. Perhaps you were taught to be humble, to avoid standing out, or to prioritize others' needs over your own. These lessons, while well-intentioned, can create a conflict between your desire for success and your need for acceptance. You might feel torn between pursuing your goals and adhering to the values you were raised with, unsure of how to reconcile the two. To confront these fears, you first need to recognize them for what they are: protective mechanisms that are trying to shield you from perceived risks. They aren't inherently bad or wrong. They're simply outdated strategies that no longer serve you. By acknowledging these fears without judgment, you create space to explore them and begin to challenge their validity. You start to see that the risks of success are often far smaller and far more manageable than your fears would have you believe. Breaking free from this fear requires a shift in perspective. Instead of focusing on what you might lose, consider what you stand to gain. Success isn't about perfection or never making mistakes. It's about growth, learning, and contributing your unique gifts to the world. It's about stepping into your power and embracing the opportunities that come your way, even if they feel a little scary. Because the truth is, you're capable of far more than you realize, and the only thing standing in your way is the fear of finding out just how powerful you truly are. Overcoming the fear of success begins with understanding how it operates in your life and making deliberate choices to move beyond its influence. One of the most effective ways to tackle this fear is by reframing your relationship with change. Success, by its very nature, requires change, both external and internal. It might mean stepping into a new role, embracing new challenges, or living in a way that feels unfamiliar. This uncertainty can trigger resistance as your mind seeks to keep you within the boundaries of what feels safe. Change, however, is not something to fear. It's a sign of growth, progress, and evolution. To embrace success, you must learn to welcome change as a natural part of the journey. Start by identifying specific changes you associate with achieving your goals. What feels intimidating about them? Are there ways to prepare for these changes that can reduce their emotional weight? By breaking change into smaller, more manageable pieces, you can begin to face it with confidence rather than apprehension. Another key to addressing the fear of success is clarifying your values and priorities. Sometimes fear arises because success seems to conflict with what matters most to you. Perhaps you worry that professional achievements will come at the expense of personal relationships, or that pursuing your goals will require you to compromise your integrity. These concerns are valid and worth examining, but they don't have to be barriers. When you align your goals with your core values, you create a roadmap for success that feels authentic and fulfilling. Clarifying your values can help you address the fear of judgment that often accompanies success. The more visible you become, the more opinions you'll encounter, some supportive, some critical. This can be daunting, especially if you've tied your sense of worth to others' approval. But here's the truth. Not everyone will understand or agree with your journey, and that's okay. Your value isn't determined by others' perceptions, but by your commitment to living in alignment with your principles and aspirations. Taking consistent, intentional action is another powerful antidote to the fear of success. When you're stuck in a cycle of overthinking or avoidance, it's easy for fear to grow and take control. But action, no matter how small, creates momentum. It shifts your focus from what might go wrong to what you can do right now. Each step forward builds confidence, strengthens your skills, and reinforces your belief in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. Consider creating a plan that includes specific, actionable steps toward your goals. Focus on what's within your control and set realistic timelines for each milestone. This process not only helps you stay organized, but provides a sense of accomplishment as you track your progress. Success doesn't happen all at once. It's the result of many small, consistent actions over time. By taking one step at a time, you can gradually build the confidence to embrace success fully. Another strategy for overcoming the fear of success is cultivating a support system. Surround yourself with people who understand your goals, encourage your growth, and celebrate your achievements. These individuals can provide valuable perspective, helping you see the possibilities and opportunities that fear might obscure. They can hold you accountable, keeping you focused on your vision when doubts arise. Building a support system involves letting go of relationships that no longer serve your growth. This can be one of the most challenging aspects of pursuing success, as it may require setting boundaries or distancing yourself from people who are resistant to change. While this can be painful, it's an essential step in creating an environment that supports your journey. Remember, you don't have to face this process alone. Lean on your support system and seek guidance when needed. Fear of success often intertwines with the fear of responsibility. As you achieve more, you may feel an increasing weight of expectations, both from yourself and others. You might worry about maintaining your success. You might worry about meeting higher standards. These fears are natural, but they don't have to define your experience. Instead of viewing responsibility as a burden, see it as an opportunity to grow and make a positive impact. Responsibility doesn't mean doing everything perfectly or carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. It's about showing up with intention, learning from your experiences, and doing your best with the resources you have. It's about recognizing that you're human with strengths and limitations, and that success doesn't require you to be flawless. By embracing responsibility with grace and self-compassion, you can navigate its challenges without letting it overshadow the joy of your accomplishments. Finally, practice gratitude as a way to shift your focus, fear to possibility. Gratitude helps you see the progress you've made, the opportunities available to you, and the strengths you possess. It grounds you in the present moment, reminding you that success isn't just about future achievements. It's about appreciating the journey. When fear arises, take a moment to reflect on what you're grateful for. This simple practice can help you regain perspective and move forward with clarity and confidence. The fear of success is not an insurmountable obstacle. It's a signal, a reminder to pause, reflect, and realign with your vision. By addressing this fear with honesty and courage, you open the door to a life of greater purpose, fulfillment, and possibility. Success is not something to fear. It's something to embrace, one step at a time. Another aspect of overcoming the fear of success lies in redefining your identity. Success often requires you to evolve into a version of yourself that feels unfamiliar. This can be unsettling because we tend to anchor our sense of self in who we've been rather than who we're becoming. The idea of stepping into a new role, adopting new behaviors, or letting go of old patterns can create resistance. It's as if a part of you is questioning who you are to achieve this, or wondering what if you lose yourself in the process. To navigate this, you must shift your perspective on identity. Instead of seeing it as fixed and unchanging, recognize that it is fluid and adaptable. Growth doesn't mean losing who you are. It means uncovering deeper layers of your potential. Each step towards success is an opportunity to refine your character, expand your capabilities, and align more fully with your values. Start by visualizing the person you aspire to become. What qualities does this version of you embody? How do they approach challenges, interact with others, and live their daily life? This exercise isn't about creating an idealized version of yourself, but about identifying the traits and habits that support your goals. Once you have a clear vision, begin incorporating small actions that align with this identity into your routine. Over time, these actions will solidify into habits, and this version of yourself will feel natural and authentic. Another common barrier tied to the fear of success is the guilt that can arise when you begin to outgrow your environment. As you achieve more, you may notice that your priorities, interests, and values begin to shift. This can create tension in relationships, especially if those around you feel left behind or don't understand your journey. The fear of losing connections or being perceived as too ambitious can hold you back from fully embracing your potential. To address this, it's important to communicate openly with those close to you about your goals and the changes you're experiencing. Share your vision, express your gratitude for their support, and invite them to be part of your journey. While not everyone will resonate with your path, those who truly care about you will want to see you grow and succeed. At the same time, it's okay to let go of relationships that no longer align with your values or support your growth. This doesn't mean cutting people off harshly, but rather allowing natural shifts to occur as you move in different directions. Boundaries play a crucial role in overcoming the fear of success. As you achieve more, demands on your time and energy are likely to increase. Without clear boundaries, you risk overcommitting, burning out, or losing focus on what matters most. Successful individuals learn to protect their priorities by saying no to distractions and setting limits that honor their goals and well-being. Creating boundaries isn't about being selfish or unkind. It's about ensuring that you have the capacity to give your best to what truly matters. This includes making time for self-care, reflection, and the relationships that nurture you. When you establish boundaries with clarity and kindness, you create an environment that supports your growth and success. Another critical element in addressing the fear of success is building resilience. Success is not a linear journey. It's filled with ups and downs, unexpected challenges, and moments of doubt. Resilience is what allows you to navigate these fluctuations with grace and determination. It's the ability to adapt, bounce back, and stay committed to your vision even when things don't go as planned. Resilience is cultivated through perspective. Instead of viewing setbacks as failures, see them as opportunities to learn and grow. Each challenge you face strengthens your ability to handle the next one, building confidence in your capacity to overcome obstacles. Reflect on past experiences where you've navigated difficulties successfully. What strengths did you draw on? How can you apply those strengths to your current journey? One of the most overlooked aspects of resilience is the role of self-compassion. The pursuit of success often comes with high expectations, and it's easy to be hard on yourself when you fall short. But self-criticism can undermine your confidence and increase your fear of failure. Instead, practice treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a friend. Acknowledge your efforts, celebrate your progress, and give yourself permission to learn and grow at your own pace. Finally, it's essential to redefine what success means to you. Often the fear of success is rooted in societal definitions of achievement, wealth, status, recognition, that may not align with your true values. If you're pursuing a version of success that doesn't resonate with you, it's no wonder fear arises. Take the time to reflect on what success means to you personally. What does a fulfilling, meaningful life look like? How do you want to contribute to the world? And what legacy do you want to leave behind? When your definition of success aligns with your values, it becomes a source of motivation and inspiration rather than fear. You're no longer striving to meet external expectations, but pursuing goals that bring you genuine joy and fulfillment. This alignment helps you navigate the pressures that come with success, as you're grounded in a sense of purpose that transcends superficial measures of achievement. The journey to overcoming the fear of success is not about eliminating fear altogether. It's about changing your relationship with it. Fear is a natural response to stepping into the unknown, but it doesn't have to control your actions or define your path. By understanding its roots, challenging its narratives, and taking intentional steps forward, you can move beyond fear and embrace the opportunities that success brings. Success is not something to be feared. It's a reflection of your growth, potential, and contribution. It's an invitation to step into the fullness of who you are and what you're capable of achieving. When you let go of the fear and open yourself to possibility, you'll discover that success is not a destination, but a journey, one that's meant to be experienced with courage, curiosity, and gratitude. Success is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act in its presence. The fear of success, though subtle and often unspoken, holds immense power over how we perceive and pursue our potential. By bringing it to light, we create an opportunity to reclaim that power, transforming fear from a barrier into a stepping stone. The journey to embracing success begins with awareness, recognizing the ways in which fear manifests, influences your choices, and shapes your identity. It's not always about doing more or achieving faster, but about understanding the beliefs and patterns that guide your actions and deciding whether they serve your highest aspirations. This journey requires patience and self-compassion. Overcoming the fear of success isn't about forcing yourself into constant motion. It's about learning to move with intention, aligning your goals with your values, and giving yourself permission to grow at your own pace. It's about reframing your perception of discomfort, rejection, and change, seeing them not as threats, but as invitations to expand your capacity and resilience. Every moment of hesitation, every doubt that creeps in is an opportunity to practice courage, to take one step closer to the version of yourself that is not only capable of success, but deserving of it. The relationships you build, the boundaries you set, and the actions you take all form the framework for navigating this fear. You don't have to confront it alone. Support, mentorship, and collaboration can provide strength and perspective. Equally important is the relationship you cultivate with yourself, the way you honor your growth, celebrate your progress, and trust in your ability to handle both the rewards and responsibilities of success. This self-trust is what allows you to embrace opportunities without hesitation, knowing that you are prepared to rise to whatever challenges come your way. The fear of success often stems from a limited view of what success entails. By redefining it on your own terms, you release yourself from the constraints of societal expectations and create a vision that feels authentic and meaningful. Success then becomes not an endpoint to strive for, but a way of being, a daily commitment to living with purpose, contributing to others, and growing into the fullest expression of yourself. The process of overcoming this fear is not linear. It will ebb and flow as new challenges and opportunities arise. But each time you confront the fear, each time you take a step forward despite its presence, you strengthen your belief in yourself and your ability to thrive. Success doesn't require you to be fearless. It asks only that you be willing to grow beyond your fears, trusting that the journey will reveal strengths you never knew you had. In the end, the fear of success is not something to be eradicated but understood. It's a sign that you're stepping into uncharted territory, a reminder that you're reaching for something bigger than yourself. Embrace that fear as a companion, not a captor. Let it guide you toward the areas where you have the most room to grow and the greatest potential to shine. Success is not about perfection or invulnerability. It's about the courage to pursue a life that reflects your deepest values, aspirations, and strengths. And that courage, once embraced, can carry you farther than fear ever could.
You know, it's often said that success is the domain of the strong, the experienced, the wise. But let me share something with you today. Something a little different, a little unusual. I want to suggest to you that if you truly want to be successful, you should start thinking like a child. That's right. Be like a child. Now, that might sound a little strange at first, but stick with me here, because there's a profound lesson in this. Children are remarkable in so many ways. And one of their most outstanding traits is curiosity. They're born with this natural, insatiable curiosity. Have you ever watched a child explore something new? Their eyes light up. They ask 1,000 questions. They touch. They taste. They try to understand every aspect of whatever it is that's captured their attention. And they don't worry about looking foolish. They just want to know. As we grow older, too many of us lose that curiosity. We get so caught up in our routines and what we already know that we stop asking questions, we stop exploring. But here's the key. If you want to grow, if you want to expand your horizons and achieve things you never imagined, you have to rekindle that childlike curiosity. Never be afraid to ask questions. Never be afraid to look foolish. It's better to look foolish for a moment than to be foolish for a lifetime. Children are also wonderfully persistent. You ever seen a child learning to walk? They fall down 100 times, but they get right back up every time. Not once do they think to themselves, maybe walking isn't for me. They don't doubt. They don't give up. They keep going until one day they're walking. And after that, they're running. Persistence is a child's natural state. They don't know how to quit. How often do we as adults start something new and give up the moment it becomes difficult? How many times have we abandoned a goal just because the path was a little rough? If you want to be successful, you need that childlike persistence. You need to be willing to fall down, get back up, and try again. And again. And again, if necessary. Children are also masters of imagination. They dream without limits. A child can turn a cardboard box into a spaceship, a superhero's headquarters, or a royal castle. Their minds are free to wander, to create, to imagine the impossible. And it's that imagination that we need to tap into as adults. Too often, we limit our dreams to what seems realistic, what seems achievable. But success requires vision. And vision often requires a healthy dose of imagination. Think about the greatest inventions, the most successful companies, the most influential leaders. They all started with someone imagining something that didn't exist yet. Something that seemed impossible. They thought like a child. They let their imagination soar. So I ask you, what are you imagining for your future? Are you dreaming big enough? Or are you letting the world's limitations shrink your dreams? Children also have an amazing capacity for joy. They find joy in the smallest things. A butterfly, a puddle, a silly joke. They laugh easily, they smile often, and they take genuine pleasure in the moment. How many of us forget to enjoy the journey? We're so focused on the destination, on the end goal, that we forget to appreciate the small victories along the way. Success isn't just about reaching the top of the mountain. It's also about enjoying the climb. When you find joy in the process, you're more motivated, more resilient, and ultimately, more successful. And let's not forget the child's sense of wonder. Everything is new. Everything is amazing. They're constantly in awe of the world around them. This sense of wonder fuels their curiosity, their persistence, their imagination. As adults, it's easy to become jaded, to take things for granted, to lose that sense of wonder. But if you want to keep growing, you need to find a way to rediscover it. Look at the world through fresh eyes. Be amazed by the things you've stopped noticing. When you do, you'll find inspiration everywhere. Another thing we can learn from children is the ability to forgive and move on. Have you ever noticed how quickly children bounce back after a fight? They might argue, they might cry, but within minutes, they're back to playing together like nothing ever happened. They don't hold grudges, they don't dwell on the past. They're masters of letting go. How many of us hold on to past hurts, past failures, past regrets? These things weigh us down, they hold us back. But if you can learn to forgive yourself and others, you'll free yourself to move forward, to grow, to succeed. Children are also great at living in the moment. They don't worry about the future. They don't dwell on the past. They're fully engaged in whatever they're doing right now. And that's a powerful lesson for us all. How often do we get caught up in what's next, or in what's already happened, and forget to focus on what we're doing right now? Success comes from being present, from giving your full attention to the task at hand. When you're fully present, you're more productive, more creative, and ultimately, more successful. Now, there's another quality that children possess that's vital for success: trust. They trust their parents, they trust their teachers, they trust the world around them. They don't second-guess everything. They have faith that things will work out. As adults, we've been hurt. We've been disappointed. We've been let down. And over time, that trust can erode. But if you want to be successful, you need to learn to trust again. Trust in yourself. Trust in your abilities. Trust in the process. It doesn't mean being naive. It means having confidence, having faith that if you put in the work, if you stay persistent, if you keep imagining, keep dreaming, things will work out. Let's also talk about a child's willingness to learn. Children are sponges. They absorb everything. They're constantly learning, constantly growing. They're open to new ideas, new experiences, new ways of thinking. But as we get older, we sometimes become resistant to learning. We think we already know enough. We get set in our ways, and we close ourselves off to new possibilities. But if you want to be successful, you must be a lifelong learner. You must remain open to new ideas, new perspectives, new ways of doing things. The world is constantly changing, and if you're not learning, you're falling behind. Children also have this wonderful quality of simplicity. They see things as they are, without all the complications that we adults tend to add. They have a straightforward view of the world, and they approach problems with a simplicity that we often overlook. In our quest for success, we can sometimes make things more complicated than they need to be. We overthink, we overanalyze. We get bogged down in details. But sometimes the simplest solution is the best solution. Sometimes success comes from stripping away the unnecessary and focusing on what truly matters. And finally, let's not forget the child's belief in themselves. Children believe they can do anything. They believe they can be astronauts or presidents or superheroes. They don't see limits. They don't see obstacles. They just see possibilities. Somewhere along the way, many of us lose that belief in ourselves. We start to doubt. We start to think of all the reasons why we can't, instead of focusing on all the reasons why we can. But if you want to be successful, you need to rediscover that belief in yourself. You need to see the possibilities, not the limitations. You need to believe that you can achieve great things, and then go out and do them. So, what am I saying here? I'm saying that if you want to be truly successful, don't just think like an adult. Think like a child. Be curious. Be persistent. Be imaginative. Find joy in the journey. See the world with wonder. Forgive quickly. Live in the moment. Trust in yourself. Be willing to learn. Keep things simple. And above all, believe in yourself. You see, success isn't just about hard work or strategy or luck. It's also about mindset. It's about the way you approach life, the way you see the world, the way you see yourself. And there's a lot we can learn from children about how to do that. So don't be afraid to be a little childish in your pursuit of success. Embrace those qualities that we tend to leave behind as we grow older, and watch how they can transform your life. Think about the child within you, the one who used to dream big, who used to ask questions, who used to believe that anything was possible. That child is still there. And that child holds the key to your success. So let them out. Let them guide you. And you just might find that you're capable of more than you ever imagined. Now, I want you to reflect on this. How can you bring some of that childlike wonder, that childlike belief into your own life? What can you do today to rekindle that sense of curiosity, that sense of joy, that sense of possibility? It's not always easy to do. We've all been shaped by our experiences, our responsibilities, our fears, but it's worth the effort. Because when you start thinking like a child, when you start embracing those qualities that come so naturally to them, you'll find that your life begins to change. You'll find that opportunities start to open up, that challenges become more manageable, that success becomes more attainable. So, my challenge to you is this: be like a child. In your thinking, in your actions, in your approach to life. Embrace the qualities that make children so remarkable, and watch as they help you achieve success beyond your wildest dreams. Because in the end, it's not just about what you do, it's about how you do it. And sometimes, the best way to do it is to do it like a child.
Change is a powerful thing. When I think about change, I think about something much deeper than just altering your routine or picking up a new hobby. I'm talking about changing the way you see the world, the way you interpret your experiences, the way you understand your own journey. And if you're going to really make progress in your life, if you're going to get anywhere meaningful, then one of the first places to begin is to change your perspective. Most people think that success comes from changing their circumstances, finding a new job, moving to a different city, maybe even getting around a new group of friends. And sure, all those things can make a difference. But if you haven't changed how you think, if you haven't adjusted the lens through which you see the world, those changes will only be temporary. You'll find yourself slipping back into old habits, stuck in the same old ruts, facing the same struggles. It all starts with perspective. Here's what I mean by that. Two people can be in the same situation, right? They can be handed the same set of circumstances, maybe the same opportunity or even the same obstacle. And yet, one person will rise while the other person stays stuck. Why is that? It's perspective. One person sees the challenge as a stepping stone. The other sees it as a stumbling block. One sees the opportunity as an exciting chance to grow. The other sees it as a risk, something to be afraid of. Have you heard the story of the two salesmen? Two shoe salesmen are sent to an island to sell shoes. After arriving, they both observe that no one on the island is wearing shoes. The first salesman is dejected. He sends a message back to the company. There's no market here. No one wears shoes. The second salesman, with a gleam in his eye, sends back an entirely different message. Huge market. Nobody has shoes yet. Same island, same situation. Two totally different perspectives. And that's how life is. You're going to face situations where everything will depend on how you choose to see it. And if you want to change your life, you've got to start by changing how you think about what's happening to you. It's not what happens to you that determines your future. It's what you do about it. It's how you interpret it, how you frame it, how you respond to it. Think about the person who constantly says, nothing ever goes right for me. Now, maybe things haven't gone well. Maybe they've faced some real difficulties. But with that mindset, guess what happens? they become a self-fulfilling prophecy. They've already determined that nothing's going to change. So they don't see the opportunities when they come. They don't recognize the small victories along the way. They don't take action because they've already decided that it's not going to work out. The problem isn't their circumstances. The problem is their perspective. Now, this may surprise you. Problems are a good thing. I'll say that again. Problems are a good thing. They're what make us grow. They force us to stretch, to think differently, to become resourceful. If you have the perspective that problems are nothing more than obstacles, roadblocks in your way, then every time you face one, you'll feel frustrated. You'll feel stuck. But if you can change your perspective and start seeing problems as opportunities for growth, everything changes. Now, I'm not saying it's easy. It takes work to change how you think, especially if you've spent years seeing things in a certain way. But here's the good news. You can do it. And you don't have to change everything all at once. Start with just one area of your life. Maybe it's your finances. Instead of seeing your financial challenges as burdens, start asking yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I grow through this experience? What opportunities might be hidden here that I haven't seen yet? It's like the old saying, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. Sometimes the teacher isn't a person. It's a challenge. It's an obstacle. It's life presenting you with an opportunity to learn something new, to develop a new skill, to cultivate a new mindset. So many people fear failure. They avoid it like the plague. They think that if they fail, it's a reflection of their worth, their value. But here's what I've learned. Failure is simply feedback. It's information. It's the world telling you, hey, this didn't work. Try something different. But if you're stuck in a negative perspective, you'll see failure as the end of the road instead of a detour. You've got to change the way you look at failure if you want to succeed. I remember reading about Thomas Edison and his process of inventing the light bulb. They say he failed thousands of times before he finally got it right. And when someone asked him about all those failures, do you know what he said? He said, I haven't failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Now that's perspective. Where most people would have given up after the first few failed attempts, Edison saw every failure as progress. He knew he was getting closer with each try, not further away. How do you handle failure? Do you let it stop you, or do you use it as a stepping stone? Your perspective on failure will determine how far you go. If you can learn to see it as a teacher, as a guide, you'll find that your setbacks are really just setups for your comebacks. But it's all about perspective. Another important thing to understand is that you have to be grateful for what you have. Being grateful is one of the most powerful ways to change your perspective. When you're focused on what's wrong, on what you don't have, on what's missing, you create a mindset of scarcity. You feel like there's never enough time, never enough money, never enough opportunities. But when you're grateful, when you focus on what you do have, on the things that are going right, something amazing happens. Your perspective shifts. Suddenly you begin to see abundance where before you saw lack. You start to notice opportunities where before you saw limitations. And I'm not just talking about being grateful for the big things. like promotions or winning the lottery. It's the little things that make the biggest difference. The fact that you have food to eat today, the fact that you have people in your life who care about you, the fact that you woke up this morning with the ability to make today better than yesterday. When you train your mind to focus on what you're grateful for, you're shifting your entire perspective. You're teaching yourself to see the good, even when life isn't perfect. And I'm telling you, life will never be perfect. But when you learn to find the good in every situation, you create a powerful shift in your mindset. You stop focusing on what you can't control and start focusing on what you can. One of the biggest places where perspective can make or break your happiness is in your relationships. How do you view the people in your life? Are they a source of frustration, or do you see them as a gift? It's easy to focus on what people are doing wrong, isn't it? It's easy to notice the things that annoy you, the things that don't go your way. But if you want to change your relationships, you've got to change how you see the people in your life. Start looking for the good. Start paying attention to the things they do right. Maybe your spouse isn't perfect, but they've got some wonderful qualities. Are you noticing those? Maybe your kids drive you crazy sometimes, but they also bring joy into your life. Are you acknowledging that? Here's something I've found to be true. When you focus on the good in others, they tend to show more of it. It's almost like what you focus on expands. If you're always criticizing, always pointing out the flaws, guess what you'll keep seeing? More flaws. But when you start to appreciate the good, when you express gratitude for the things people do right, suddenly your relationships begin to shift, and the people in your life start to feel appreciated, which makes them want to do even better. It all comes back to perspective. The way you see the world shapes your world. If you're always looking for problems, you'll find them. If you're always looking for opportunities, you'll find those too. If you're focused on what's lacking, you'll always feel like something's missing. But if you focus on what's already abundant, you'll feel rich, no matter what your circumstances are. So how do we make this shift? How do we go from a negative perspective to a positive one? From a mindset of scarcity to one of abundance. It starts with awareness. You've got to catch yourself in those moments when your perspective is working against you. Challenge yourself to find a new way of seeing things. What's the lesson in this situation? What's the opportunity? What can I learn here? What can I be grateful for? If you start thinking this way, I guarantee your life will change. Key.
Comfort is killing your success. Now that's a powerful statement, isn't it? It almost sounds harsh. But sometimes the truth is harsh. Sometimes the reality we need to face isn't easy to accept. But remember, it's not the easy things that lead us to success. It's the difficult things. It's the challenges. It's the growth we experience by pushing beyond what's comfortable. So let me ask you, when was the last time you stepped outside your comfort zone? You see, comfort can feel good. It can feel safe. But here's the problem. Comfort has a sneaky way of holding you back. It doesn't look like a threat. It doesn't announce itself as an enemy of success. In fact, comfort can seem like the reward, the thing you've earned after all the hard work. But the danger of comfort is that it seduces you into staying still when success is all about moving forward. It whispers to you that this is enough, but what's enough? Enough is relative. Enough is based on where you are, not where you could be. Comfort convinces you to stop when your potential is asking you to grow. Success doesn't come from staying in the same place. Success comes from expanding, from growth. And growth, by its very nature, is uncomfortable. It requires effort. It requires change. It requires that you stretch yourself beyond what you know, beyond what's familiar. Now, that's not always easy, but it's necessary. Because the moment you settle into comfort, you stop growing. And the moment you stop growing, you stop improving. Think of a tree. When it's growing, it's reaching out, expanding its roots, stretching its branches toward the sky. It doesn't stop halfway. It doesn't say, "This is good enough." No, it keeps reaching. But if you try to contain that tree, if you put it in a pot that's too small, the roots will stop growing. The branches will stop reaching. The tree becomes limited by its container. Comfort is like that small pot. It limits you. It holds you in place when your success requires you to expand. Let's talk about habits. You see, the habits that brought you to where you are today, those same habits won't take you to the next level. What got you here won't get you there. That's why success requires new habits. It requires that you develop new disciplines. And that's uncomfortable. Why? Because we're creatures of habit. We like what's familiar. We like routines. But success demands that we break free from those routines and push ourselves into new territory. I've seen this time and time again. People start with all the motivation, all the ambition, all the drive. They're willing to work hard, to sacrifice, to push through the discomfort of learning new skills and facing new challenges. But then something happens. They reach a certain level of success and they get comfortable. They tell themselves, "I've made it. I've done enough." And that's where the trouble begins. Because the moment you think you've done enough, you start to coast. And coasting leads to stagnation. And stagnation? Well, that's the opposite of success. You see, life has a way of moving forward whether you're ready or not. The world doesn't stop because you decided to get comfortable. Opportunities don't wait around. The competition doesn't take a break. So if you stop moving, you'll find that the world keeps going, and before you know it, you're left behind. Comfort is a false sense of security. It tricks you into thinking you're safe, but safety and growth don't go hand in hand. Now, don't misunderstand me. There's a time to rest. There's a time to recharge. But rest is not the same as comfort. Rest is intentional. Rest is a strategy to prepare for the next push. Comfort, on the other hand, is passive. It's the result of complacency. And complacency is the enemy of progress. Rest is temporary. Comfort, if you let it, can become permanent. And if it becomes permanent, so does your level of success. You cap your potential, and that's one of the biggest tragedies I can think of. Let me share a story with you. I had a friend who was incredibly successful in his business. He built it from the ground up, worked day and night, put in all the effort you can imagine. And he succeeded. He reached a point where he had all the money he needed, all the recognition he wanted, and he thought, I've made it. So he started to slow down. He started to enjoy the comfort he had created for himself. He stopped pushing for more. And you know what happened? His business started to decline. It didn't happen overnight, but it happened. Slowly, competitors started catching up. His innovation stopped because he wasn't hungry for more. He wasn't reaching beyond what he already had. And before long, he lost that edge that had made him successful in the first place. That's what comfort does. It dulls your edge. It takes away that fire, that drive, that hunger for more. And without that hunger, you stop doing the things that lead to success. You stop taking risks. You stop looking for new opportunities. You stop pushing yourself to improve. And success, my friends, requires constant improvement. Now, some of you might be thinking, but Jim, I've worked hard. I've put in the effort. Don't I deserve to be comfortable? And I'll say this, you deserve to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Absolutely. But don't confuse enjoyment with comfort. Enjoyment is about appreciating what you've achieved while still maintaining the hunger to achieve more. Comfort, on the other hand, is about settling. It's about saying, this is enough, when you know deep down that there's more in you. There's more potential. There's more you can do. There's more you can become. The truth is, success is never final. It's a continuous journey. And that journey requires that you constantly challenge yourself. It requires that you push beyond your current limits. You see, every new level of success brings with it new challenges. It brings new obstacles. And if you're not prepared to face those challenges, if you're not willing to embrace the discomfort that comes with growth, then you're not going to reach that next level. You're going to stay stuck at the level you're at, no matter how successful you've been in the past. I remember when I started out in my career, I didn't have much. But what I did have was the willingness to be uncomfortable. I was willing to work long hours. I was willing to face rejection. I was willing to fail because I knew that failure was a part of the process. It was uncomfortable, sure, but it was necessary. And as I grew, as I became more successful, I realized that the discomfort didn't go away. It just changed. The challenges were different, but the need to push through discomfort remained. It's a constant in the journey to success. So here's my challenge to you. Ask yourself, where have you gotten too comfortable? Where have you settled? Where have you stopped pushing yourself? Maybe it's in your career. Maybe it's in your relationships. Maybe it's in your health. Success isn't just about business, you know. It's about every area of your life. Are you comfortable where you are, or are you still striving for more? Because if you're comfortable, then it's time to shake things up. It's time to step outside that comfort zone and get back into the game. And let me tell you something. The moment you step out of that comfort zone, the moment you start embracing the discomfort, you'll feel alive again. You'll feel that fire. You'll feel that hunger. And that's when real success happens. Not when you're sitting back enjoying the fruits of your labor, but when you're out there, pushing, striving, growing, becoming more than you were yesterday. So don't let comfort kill your success. Don't let it rob you of your potential. There's so much more waiting for you, but you have to be willing to go after it. You have to be willing to be uncomfortable. You have to be willing to grow. And when you do, success won't just be something you achieve. It'll be something you live, day in and day out. Keep pushing, Dot. Keep striving. And never settle for comfort. Because your success depends on it.
One of the most important things that separates us from the rest of the world, that determines how far we go, how high we rise, is our ability to control our emotions. Now, it's easy to talk about controlling emotions when everything is going well. When life's smooth, when things are falling into place, when the sun is shining and you've got a good day. Well, sure, it's easy to stay calm, to stay collected. But when life throws you a curveball, when your plans don't work out, when you experience disappointment, now that's the test. I've been there before. I know what it's like to have things go wrong, to feel frustration, to face challenges that seem overwhelming. I've been in situations where I wanted to give in to those negative emotions, anger, fear, worry. But I'm telling you, giving in to those emotions will only take you further from your goals. It will cloud your judgment, rob you of your energy, and hold you back from making clear, rational decisions. The challenge in life is not that emotions come. The challenge is what we do when they show up. How do we respond? Because emotions, if you're not careful, can be like a storm. And when the storm blows through, if you're not anchored, it can blow you off course. How many times have you been in a situation where your emotions got the best of you? Where you reacted too quickly, said something you regretted, made a decision that wasn't the best because you let your emotions take over. It happens to all of us, but the key is learning to get better at managing those moments. It starts with awareness. You have to be aware of what's going on inside. You can't control what you don't acknowledge. Too often people are so caught up in reacting to life, they don't even realize they're letting their emotions run the show. They're upset, they're angry, they're fearful, and they just react. They're like a puppet being pulled by the strings of their emotions. But I'm here to tell you today, you can cut those strings. You don't have to be controlled by what you feel in the moment. Now let's talk about that word, control. What does it mean to control your emotions? It doesn't mean to suppress them. It doesn't mean to pretend you don't feel anything. It doesn't mean to become some kind of robot. No, that's not the point at all. To control your emotions means to guide them, to be in charge of how you respond to them, to recognize when an emotion is there, but not let it control your actions. It's like this. Imagine you're driving a car and your emotions are in the back seat. They're with you, sure, you can't throw them out of the car. But here's the key. They don't get to drive. You're the one behind the wheel. They might make some noise back there. They might try to get your attention. But at the end of the day, you decide where the car goes. You decide how fast or slow you go, and you decide when to turn. That's what it means to control your emotions. Now, some emotions are more challenging than others, aren't they? Fear is a big one. Fear has stopped more people from achieving their dreams than almost anything else. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of the unknown. But here's the thing about fear. Fear is natural. Fear is there to protect you, but sometimes it goes too far. Fear is like an overprotective parent that doesn't want you to leave the house. What if something goes wrong, it says? What if you fail? What if you get hurt? But here's the thing. If you listen to fear, you'll never leave the house. You'll never step into the world of possibilities. When fear comes knocking, acknowledge it. Say, I see you. I know why you're here. But don't let it make the decisions for you. Remember, you're the driver, not fear. Fear can ride along, but it doesn't get to steer. Another big emotion is anger. How many times have we let anger get the best of us? How many relationships have been damaged? How many opportunities lost because someone let anger take over? Anger is like fire. It can consume everything in its path if you let it. But here's the thing about fire. It can also be controlled. It can be used for good. Anger, if controlled, can fuel change. It can push you to stand up for what's right, to defend yourself or others. But uncontrolled anger is destructive. You've got to learn to pause. That's the key. Pause. Take a breath. Step back. Before you react, give yourself a moment to think. When you pause, you give yourself the power to choose how you'll respond. It might sound simple, but I'll tell you, that pause can make all the difference in the world. It can save you from saying something in anger that you'll regret later. It can save you from making a decision out of frustration that will cost you dearly down the road. The pause gives you control. And what about sadness? What about those moments when life knocks you down and you feel defeated? When you've worked hard, you've given your best, and it still didn't work out. When you lose something or someone important to you. Those are tough moments. And it's okay to feel sad. It's okay to grieve, to feel the weight of the loss. But don't stay there. Don't unpack your bags and live in sadness. Feel it, yes, acknowledge it, but then make a decision to keep moving forward. Life is still happening, and there's still more ahead of you. One of the most powerful things you can learn to do is to shift your focus. When you're feeling overwhelmed by emotion, whether it's fear, anger, sadness, or frustration, shift your focus. Ask yourself, what else is true right now? Maybe you're upset about something, but what else is happening in your life that's positive? Maybe you're afraid of taking a step, but what's the opportunity on the other side of that fear? Emotions will often try to make you focus on just one thing, but life is bigger than that. There's always more going on, but you've got to look for it. I remember working with a young man in my early days. He was talented, driven, but he had a problem. His emotions were running his life. If something didn't go his way, he'd get frustrated and quit. If someone criticized him, he'd get angry and lash out. And he couldn't understand why he wasn't getting ahead. I sat him down one day and I told him, you've got to stop letting your emotions run the show. You've got the talent, you've got the drive, but until you learn to control your emotions, you're always going to be stuck. It took time, but he started to understand. He started to practice that pause, to shift his focus, and little by little, he gained control. And as he did, something amazing happened. His career took off. People started to trust him more. Opportunities came his way. because people saw that he was steady, that he could handle the ups and downs without losing his head. That's the power of emotional control. It opens doors for you that you never even knew were there. But here's the thing. It's a lifelong practice. You don't just wake up one day and suddenly have perfect control over your emotions. No, it's something you work on every day. Every day, life will give you opportunities to practice. Someone will cut you off in traffic. Something will go wrong at work. You'll get frustrated with a friend or a loved one. And in those moments, you get to decide, will I react or will I respond? Reacting is what most people do. They feel something and they react instantly without thinking. But responding, that's different. Responding means you take a moment, you think it through, and then you choose how to act. That's emotional control. That's maturity. That's power. So, how do we develop this skill of responding instead of reacting? Well, one of the keys is to develop a mindset of calm. And how do you do that? By focusing on what you can control and letting go of what you can't. So much of our emotional turmoil comes from trying to control things that are outside of our control. Other people, circumstances, the economy, the weather. But the truth is, the only thing you really have control over is yourself. Your thoughts, your actions, your responses. So when you find yourself getting worked up about something, ask yourself, is this something I can control? If the answer is no, then let it go. Focus your energy on what you can do and let the rest be. Your emotions are powerful, but you are more powerful. You are the one in control. You get to decide how you respond to life, how you handle the challenges that come your way. And when you learn to control your emotions, you'll find that life becomes so much more manageable. You'll have more energy, more clarity, and more peace. And that's a life worth living.
One of the most important skills you can ever develop is the art of conversation. This is about more than just talking. It's about connecting, influencing, and building relationships that truly matter. Let's begin with a simple truth. Conversation is a skill. And like any skill, it can be learned, honed, and mastered. Think about it. Every relationship, every opportunity, every success you will ever achieve is tied in some way to your ability to communicate. Whether you're navigating business, enriching your personal life, or chasing a dream, your ability to converse with others is key. To be a great conversationalist, you must be more interested in others than you are in making others interested in you. This might seem counterintuitive. We're often told that if we want to impress, we have to be interesting, right? But here's the secret. The most interesting people are those who are genuinely interested in others. When you focus on the person you're talking to, when you really listen, ask questions, and show genuine curiosity, you create a connection that goes far beyond surface-level chatter. Consider this. How often do we find ourselves in conversations where we're simply waiting for our turn to speak? We're so focused on what we want to say next that we miss the chance to truly engage with the person in front of us. If you want to master the art of conversation, you must shift your focus. Become deeply interested in the person you're talking to. Be curious about their thoughts, their feelings, their experiences. I'll share a story from my own life. Early in my career, I had the privilege of working with some of the most successful people in business. One thing that stood out to me was how they approached conversations. They were always deeply engaged, always asking questions, always seeking to understand the other person. They weren't just making small talk, they were building relationships, one conversation at a time. Let's talk about listening. Listening is more than just hearing words. It's about understanding, empathizing, and responding thoughtfully. Most people listen with the intent to reply, not with the intent to understand. But here's what separates great conversationalists from the rest. They listen with full attention and an open mind. They listen, not just to respond, but to truly understand what the other person is saying. There's a concept I often refer to as active listening. It involves fully engaging with the speaker, nodding, making eye contact, and giving verbal affirmations like "I see" or "That's interesting." But it goes beyond just these physical signs of listening. Active listening means asking follow-up questions that show you've been paying attention. It's about diving deeper into the conversation, showing that you're not just listening to respond, but to learn. Let me give you an example. Imagine you're in a conversation and the other person mentions they've just returned from a trip to Japan. Instead of saying, "Oh, that's nice," and moving on, you could say, "Japan? That sounds fascinating. What was the highlight of your trip?" Or even better, "I've always been curious about Japanese culture. What did you find most surprising?" This type of engagement shows that you're not just hearing the words they're saying, but you're interested in their experience. Here's a personal anecdote. I once had a conversation with a gentleman who was an expert in a field I knew little about. Instead of trying to steer the conversation to something I was more familiar with, I decided to dive into his world. I asked questions, I listened, I learned. By the end of the conversation, not only had I gained a wealth of new knowledge, but I had also formed a genuine connection with someone who appreciated my interest in his expertise. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. It's about putting yourself in someone else's shoes and seeing the world through their eyes. When you bring empathy into a conversation, you create a space where the other person feels heard, valued, and understood. Why is this important? Because people are drawn to those who make them feel good about themselves. When you show empathy in a conversation, you're telling the other person, "I care about how you feel. Your thoughts and experiences matter to me." This builds trust, deepens connections, and opens the door to more meaningful and productive conversations. Empathy doesn't mean you have to agree with everything the other person says, but it does mean you acknowledge their perspective. For instance, if someone is sharing a challenge they're facing, instead of immediately offering advice, you might say, "That sounds really tough. I can see why you're feeling that way." Sometimes the best thing you can do is simply acknowledge what the other person is going through. In my own experience, I found that conversations where empathy is present tend to be the most rewarding. I remember a time when a colleague was going through a difficult period. Instead of jumping in with solutions, I took the time to listen and understand how he was feeling. That conversation not only strengthened our relationship, but also helped him find clarity on his own terms. Next, let's explore the art of asking questions. Questions are the lifeblood of a good conversation. They open doors, uncover insights, and keep the dialogue flowing. But it's not just about asking any questions. It's about asking the right questions. There are different types of questions you can ask in a conversation. Open-ended questions are particularly powerful because they encourage the other person to elaborate, to share more about themselves. Instead of asking, "Did you have a good day?" you might ask, "What was the best part of your day?" Instead of, "Do you like your job?" try, "What do you enjoy most about what you do?" The goal is to ask questions that invite the other person to think, reflect, and share more deeply. This not only makes the conversation more engaging, but also allows you to learn more about the person you're talking to. But remember, it's not just about the questions you ask, it's also about how you ask them. Your tone, your body language, your level of interest all play a role in how the other person perceives your questions. Ask with genuine curiosity, and you'll find that people are more willing to open up and share. Here's another story. I once had the opportunity to meet a very successful entrepreneur. Instead of asking the usual questions about business and success, I asked him about his passions, his motivations, and the lessons he'd learned along the way. The conversation that followed was one of the most insightful and enriching I've ever had. All because I asked the right questions. A great conversation is like a dance, a balance of speaking and listening. It's important to share your thoughts, your experiences, and your insights, but it's equally important to make space for the other person to do the same. Too often, conversations become one-sided, with one person dominating the discussion. This can leave the other person feeling unheard and disengaged. The key is to find that balance, to share just enough to keep the conversation interesting, but not so much that you overshadow the other person. One way to achieve this balance is by practicing the 50-50 rule. This means aiming to spend about half of the conversation talking and the other half listening. Of course, this isn't a strict rule, but it's a good guideline to keep in mind. It ensures that both parties have a chance to contribute and feel valued in the conversation. But there's more to it than just dividing your time evenly. It's also about how you transition between speaking and listening. A smooth conversation flows naturally from one topic to the next, with each person building on what the other has said. This requires attentiveness, patience, and a willingness to let the conversation take its own course. I've found that some of the best conversations I've had are those where I've spoken less and listened more. When you give the other person the space to share, you often discover new perspectives, ideas, and insights that you might have missed otherwise. We can't talk about conversation without discussing body language. Your words are important, but your nonverbal cues, your posture, gestures, facial expressions, often speak louder than your words. Body language can either reinforce what you're saying or undermine it. Imagine telling someone you're interested in what they're saying, but you're constantly glancing at your watch or looking around the room. Your words say one thing, but your body language says something else entirely. To become a better conversationalist, you must become aware of your body language. Are you making eye contact? Are you facing the person you're talking to? Are your gestures open and welcoming? All these cues send a message to the other person about your level of engagement and interest. Here's a tip. Practice mirroring. Mirroring is when you subtly mimic the other person's body language. If they lean in, you lean in. If they're animated with their hands, you match that energy. This creates a sense of rapport and makes the other person feel more comfortable and connected with you. But it's not just about mirroring others. It's also about being mindful of your own body language. Pay attention to your posture, your facial expressions, and your gestures. Are they consistent with the message you want to convey? Are they helping or hindering the conversation? Now, let's talk about charisma. Charisma is that intangible quality that draws people to you, that makes them want to listen to what you have to say. While some people seem to be naturally charismatic, I've learned that charisma is something you can develop. Charisma comes from a place of confidence and authenticity. When you're confident in who you are and what you're saying, it shows. People are drawn to those who are comfortable in their own skin, who aren't trying too hard to impress, but are simply being themselves. But confidence alone isn't enough. Authenticity is equally important. People can sense when you're being genuine and when you're putting on a show. To develop charisma, you must be true to yourself. Speak from the heart, share your real thoughts and feelings, and be honest in your interactions. When people see that you're being authentic, they're more likely to trust and respect you. Charisma also involves a certain level of warmth and approachability. It's about making others feel comfortable around you, about creating a positive and inviting energy. This can be achieved through a warm smile, a friendly tone of voice, and a genuine interest in the other person. Let me share another story. I once met a man who had an incredible presence. He was confident, warm, and engaging. But what really stood out to me was his authenticity. He wasn't trying to impress anyone. He was simply being himself. And because of that, people were naturally drawn to him. They wanted to be around him, to listen to what he had to say. That's the power of charisma. Finally, let's touch on the importance of practice. Like any skill, becoming an expert conversationalist takes practice. You won't master it overnight, but with time and effort, you can improve. Start by practicing with those you're comfortable with: friends, family, colleagues. Pay attention to how you're engaging with them. Are you truly listening? Are you asking thoughtful questions? Are you balancing speaking and listening? Are you using your body language effectively? As you practice, you'll start to notice what works and what doesn't. You'll become more aware of your own conversational habits and begin to make adjustments. And over time, you'll find that your conversations become more engaging, more meaningful, and more impactful. Remember, the goal isn't just to become a better talker. It's to become a better communicator. It's about creating connections, building relationships, and enriching your life and the lives of others through the power of conversation. You know, sometimes in life we reach a point where things just don't seem to be moving in the right direction. It feels like you're pushing and pushing, but the wheels are spinning in the mud. Have you ever felt that? When the more you try, the less progress you seem to make. It's in these moments that many people think they've only got two options: keep pushing harder or give up entirely. But there's a third option, one that we don't talk about often enough. And that's the idea of stepping back, of retreating with intention. Not as a way of surrendering, but as a strategy. Sometimes you've got to disappear for a while, not to escape, but to transform. I want you to imagine a warrior. This warrior is in the midst of a battle, and he's fought long and hard, but he realizes that if he continues, he's only going to wear himself out. So what does he do? He steps back. He retreats to higher ground. Not because he's giving up, but because he needs a vantage point. He needs time to catch his breath, to plan his next move, to sharpen his sword. Now that's a strategic retreat. And it's something we all need to consider in our own lives. See, life can be a constant battlefield. We've got our goals, our dreams, our responsibilities. We're out there every day trying to make it happen, trying to move forward. But sometimes the best way to move forward is to step back. Not forever, just for a while. To find that space where we can breathe, where we can look at things from a different angle. Now, some people might look at this and say, isn't that just quitting? No, it's not quitting. It's recalibrating. It's adjusting your sails. It's like when you're sailing a boat and the wind changes direction. Do you fight the wind? No, you adjust your sails. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is to take that step back, to go inward. To say, I'm not running away from the world. I'm retreating into myself so I can come back stronger, clearer, and more determined. You know, I've seen people go through this process. They take time away from the hustle and bustle, not to avoid their problems, but to face them head on in the quiet of their own thoughts. They work on themselves. They read, they reflect, they study. They develop new skills, they build new habits. And when they return, they're like a new person. More focused, more resilient. It's like a caterpillar retreating into the cocoon. It's not hiding in there. It's transforming. And when it emerges, it's not the same creature that went in. But here's the key. This retreat has to be purposeful. It can't just be about withdrawing to avoid the challenges of life. It's not about hiding under the covers hoping the world will change while you're gone. It's about changing yourself so that when you step back into the world, you bring something new to the table. Think about a gardener. Sometimes the best way to encourage growth in a plant is to prune it. You cut back some of the branches, not because you want to hurt the plant, but because you know that in doing so, you're allowing it to grow even more vigorously. You're giving it the chance to direct its energy into new, healthier growth. And it's the same with us. There are times when we need to prune back certain aspects of our lives. It might be habits that aren't serving us, relationships that are draining us, or even just the clutter in our minds that's keeping us from seeing clearly. But this kind of pruning, this retreat, it requires courage. It requires honesty with ourselves. To step back and say, I need to work on this. That's tough. It's much easier to just keep pushing forward, to stay busy. You know, busyness is often just a way to avoid facing the things that really need our attention. We think if we're moving, we're making progress. But sometimes all we're doing is wearing ourselves out. Now, when you take this step back, when you retreat with intention, what do you do during this time? Well, that's when the real work begins. This is the time for self-reflection. To look at what's been working in your life and what hasn't. To ask yourself those tough questions. Why am I not where I want to be? What do I need to change? And this isn't about beating yourself up. No, it's about understanding yourself better. It's about gaining clarity. You see, clarity is power. When you have clarity, you know what you need to do. The problem for most of us is not that we don't want to take action. It's that we're not sure what action to take. We're surrounded by noise, by distractions, by 1,000 voices telling us what we should be doing. But when you retreat, when you take that time to be alone with your thoughts, you start to hear your own voice more clearly. You start to get a sense of what you truly want, not what others want for you. During this time, you also focus on building yourself up. Maybe it's learning a new skill that you've been putting off. Maybe it's reading those books that have been collecting dust on your shelf. Maybe it's working on your health, getting your body in shape, because you know that a strong body supports a strong mind. Whatever it is, this time away is about preparation. It's about equipping yourself for the next phase of your journey. And here's another key point of this retreat: healing. You know, life can deal us some tough blows. Loss, disappointment, failure. And we carry those wounds with us. We try to keep going, but sometimes those wounds slow us down. We start to lose confidence, lose hope. Retreating gives us a chance to heal, to take a break from the battle and tend to our wounds, to process what we've been through and to let go of the pain that's been holding us back. And it's not just emotional healing. Sometimes it's physical too. We live in a world that glorifies busyness, that tells us to keep going, keep grinding, no matter what. But if you don't take care of your body, If you don't allow it time to rest and recover, eventually it will force you to stop. So this retreat, this time away, it's also about nurturing yourself. Eating well, sleeping well, exercising. Giving your body the care it needs so that when you return to the world, you're not just ready mentally and emotionally, but physically as well. Now, here's something I want you to remember. This retreat, this time away, it's not about perfection. It's not about fixing every little thing in your life. It's about progress. It's about moving closer to the person you know you can be. And when you come back, you're not coming back as some flawless version of yourself. No, you're coming back as a stronger, wiser, more resilient version of yourself. And that's enough. Because that's what life is, a process of continual growth. When you return, you do so with a renewed sense of purpose. You're not just reacting to life anymore. You're directing it. You're not just being blown around by the winds. You've set your course. And you have the strength and the clarity to follow through. People will notice. They'll see that something has changed in you. They might not be able to put their finger on it, but they'll sense that you're different. And that difference, my friends, is the result of the work you did during your retreat. So, if you find yourself in a place where you're struggling, where things aren't going the way you hoped, consider stepping back. Not as a way of giving up, but as a way of gearing up for what's next. Retreat into yourself. Do the work. Heal, grow, learn. And when you come back, do so with a new sense of power and direction. Because sometimes the most strategic move you can make in the game of life is to take a step back, so you can leap forward with greater strength than you ever had before.
As we stand on the edge of a new year, there's a certain energy in the air. It's like standing on a bridge, looking back at everything you've experienced and accomplished while catching a glimpse of what lies ahead. It's a natural time to reflect, to reset, and to set the stage for a better year to come. But here's the key. Reflection alone isn't enough. Hope isn't a strategy, and wishful thinking won't change the trajectory of your life. You've got to take deliberate action. Now, most people enter a new year with a list of resolutions that often don't survive January. Why is that? Because they focus on the surface rather than the roots. They set goals without building the foundation needed to support them. You can't just paint over old walls and expect the room to look brand new. You got to strip away the old paint, patch up the cracks, and then apply something fresh. In other words, if you want next year to be different, you've got to prepare differently. What you do in the weeks leading up to a new year can have a profound impact on how that year unfolds. It's not about waiting for January 1st to start making changes. It's about creating momentum now. Momentum that carries you forward, not just into the next year, but well beyond it. That's why I believe there are 5 essential things you must do before the new year begins. These aren't just actions, they're principles. They're the groundwork for success, fulfillment, and progress. And they're as practical as they are powerful. You see, the magic isn't in the calendar turning over. The magic is in you. But magic doesn't happen by accident. It happens through intention. It happens when you stop coasting and start choosing deliberately how you want your life to unfold. Before the clock strikes midnight on December 31st, there's steps you can take to ensure that you're not just reacting to life, but creating it. And here's the beauty of it. You don't have to get it perfect. Progress is more important than perfection. The goal is to position yourself so that when the new year begins, you're already ahead of the curve. You're already in motion with a clear sense of direction and a solid foundation beneath you. So as we go through these 5 essential actions, I want you to think about them deeply, not just as concepts, but as commitments. Commitments to yourself, to your growth, and to your future. Because what you do now will determine where you are this time next year. And if you want next year to be extraordinary, it starts with the choices you make today. The first thing you must do before the year ends is to conduct an honest and thorough review of your life. Not a casual glance, not a quick reflection, but a deep, deliberate examination of where you stand. Because here's the truth. You can't move forward effectively if you don't know where you are. Think of it like a map. If you're lost, the first thing you need to do is figure out your current location. Only then can you chart a course to where you want to go. This review isn't about judgment. It's about awareness. It's about taking a step back and asking yourself some tough questions. What worked well for you this year? What didn't? Where did you grow and where did you fall short? How did you spend your time? What habits served you and which ones sabotaged you? The goal here is to identify patterns, both positive and negative, so you can amplify what's working and address what isn't. Start with your finances. Look at your spending, your saving, and your earning. Are you in a better financial position than you were at the start of the year? Did you stick to a budget or did you find yourself overspending? Did you make progress toward financial independence or are you still treading water? This is where a lot of people shy away because numbers can feel intimidating. But avoiding the truth won't change it. Facing it head on is the only way to improve. Next, examine your relationships. Think about the people in your life. Are your relationships stronger, deeper, and more meaningful than they were a year ago? Or have you let them drift? Relationships are the foundation of a fulfilling life, but they require effort. Have you been giving them the time and attention they deserve, or have you been taking them for granted? And here's a tough one. Are there relationships you need to let go of because they're no longer healthy or aligned with your growth? That's the thing. You can't let these relationships use up all your time and energy. Time is your most precious resource, and how you've spent it this year is worth examining. Look at the activities that filled your days. Were they aligned with your goals, or were they distractions? Did you invest your time in things that moved you closer to your vision, or did you find yourself caught up in busyness without real progress? Remember, the way you spend your time shapes your results. And don't forget your environment. Your surroundings play a significant role in your success. Think about the spaces where you spend your time, your home, your office, even the people you interact with. Are these environments supportive of your goals, or are they holding you back? A cluttered space leads to a cluttered mind. On the other hand, a space that's clean, organized, and inspiring can give you the energy and focus you need to thrive. Finally, evaluate your sense of purpose. Do you feel like you're on a path that aligns with your values and your vision for your life? Or have you been going through the motions, doing what's expected without a clear sense of direction. Purpose isn't something you stumble upon. It's something you cultivate. Reflect on whether the way you've spent your time and energy this year reflects what truly matters to you. As you go through this process, write everything down. There's something powerful about seeing your thoughts on paper. It forces clarity and creates a record you can refer back to. Don't rush it. Take the time to dig deep and uncover the truths that will guide your next steps. The goal of this review isn't to dwell on the past, but to learn from it. Extract the lessons from your experiences, both the wins and the losses. Every mistake you made, every setback you faced carries a lesson if you're willing to look for it. And every success, no matter how small, holds clues about what you're capable of when you're at your best. Once you've completed your review, take a moment to acknowledge your progress. Celebrate your wins, no matter how small they might seem. Recognize the effort you've put in, even if the results weren't exactly what you hoped for. This isn't about beating yourself up. It's about getting honest so you can move forward with clarity and purpose. This review is the foundation for everything else. Without it, you're guessing. With it, you're building on solid ground. So take the time to do it right, because the clearer you are about where you stand, the more effective you'll be at creating the future you want. The third thing you must do before the year ends is to create a detailed plan for eliminating distractions and obstacles. Success isn't just about what you do. It's also about what you stop doing. It's about clearing the path so you can focus on what truly matters. Think of it like pruning a tree. You remove the unnecessary branches so that the tree can grow stronger, healthier, and more productive. The same principle applies to your life. If you want next year to be your best yet, you need to identify and eliminate the things that are holding you back. Start by identifying your distractions. What people or habits are consuming your time and energy without adding value to your life? Be brutally honest here. Whatever it is, write it down. The first step to overcoming distractions is acknowledging them. Once you've identified your distractions, the next step is to set boundaries. Boundaries are a way of protecting your time, energy, and focus. They're not about shutting people out or being rigid. They're about being intentional with your resources. If you find yourself saying yes to things out of guilt or obligation, practice saying no with confidence. Saying no to what doesn't serve you is really saying yes to your goals, your priorities, and your future. There's another form of distraction, and that's clutter. Not just physical clutter, but mental and emotional clutter as well. Look around your environment. Is it organized or is it chaotic? A cluttered space often leads to a cluttered mind, making it harder to focus and stay productive. Simplify your surroundings so they support your goals instead of competing with them. Mental clutter can be just as disruptive as physical clutter. Negative self-talk, unproductive worries, and unresolved conflicts take up valuable mental real estate. Reflect on the thoughts and beliefs that might be holding you back. Are there fears you need to confront? Are there limiting beliefs you need to challenge? Replacing negativity with constructive thinking is like clearing the fog from your mind. It allows you to see your path more clearly. But there will always be obstacles. While distractions are often self-imposed, obstacles are the external challenges that get in your way. Whatever your obstacles are, don't view them as permanent roadblocks. Instead, treat them as problems to be solved. For every obstacle, there's a potential solution, but you have to be willing to look for it. Start by breaking your obstacles down into smaller, manageable pieces. If you feel like you don't have enough time, analyze how you're currently spending it. If your obstacle is financial, identify specific ways to cut costs, increase income, or prioritize spending in alignment with your goals. One of the most effective ways to eliminate distractions and obstacles is to create systems. Systems are routines, processes, or tools that help you stay on track. Systems remove the need for constant decision-making, allowing you to operate more efficiently. Accountability is another powerful tool. Share your plan to eliminate distractions and overcome obstacles with someone you trust. Ask them to hold you accountable and be open to their feedback. Sometimes an outside perspective can help you see blind spots you might have missed. And knowing that someone else is watching your progress can motivate you to stay disciplined. Finally, remember that eliminating distractions and obstacles isn't a one-time task. It's an ongoing process. Life has a way of throwing new challenges and temptations at you, so it's important to regularly reassess and adjust your approach. Think of it as maintenance. Just like you clean your house or service your car, you need to periodically clean up your priorities, habits, and environment. Clearing the way for success is one of the most liberating things you can do. When you remove the distractions and obstacles that have been holding you back, you create space for focus, creativity, and achievement. You reclaim your time and energy, and you direct them toward what truly matters. So take the time now to prune the branches, clear the clutter, and prepare the path. Because the clearer your path, the faster and farther you can go. The fourth thing you must do before the year ends is to solidify your habits. Habits are the invisible architecture of your life. They dictate your behavior, shape your outcomes, and ultimately determine your future. If you want next year to be different, you can't rely on willpower alone. You need habits, good habits, that align with your goals and move you in the direction you want to go. Take a moment to reflect on your current habits. What are the routines, rituals, and behaviors that make up your days? Are they serving you, or are they holding you back? Because here's the reality. Every habit you have is either a step toward your goals or a step away from them. There's no neutral ground. If you're not intentionally building good habits, you're unintentionally reinforcing bad ones. The first step in building better habits is awareness. Identify the habits that have been helping you and those that have been hurting you. Do you procrastinate? Do you have a habit of saying, "I'll start tomorrow"? That's a habit that needs to go. On the other hand, do you have a habit of following through on commitments, even when it's difficult? That's one to keep and strengthen. Once you've identified your habits, the next step is to focus on one or two high-impact changes. Trying to overhaul your entire life all at once is a recipe for failure. It's overwhelming, and it often leads to burnout. Instead, pick a small number of habits that will make the biggest difference in your life. Think of them as keystone habits, the ones that create a ripple effect of positive change. If you want to improve your productivity, start each day by writing down your top 3 priorities. That one little habit can influence how you organize your time, how you approach tasks, and how much you accomplish. Or if it's your relationships, start setting aside time each week to connect with someone you care about. It's not about doing everything at once. It's about choosing the right things to focus on. When you're building a new habit, start small. The mistake most people make is trying to do too much too soon. They decide they're going to exercise every day, read a book a week, or completely overhaul their diet. And then, when it gets hard or when they slip up, they give up altogether. But here's the truth. Consistency matters more than intensity. It's better to do a small, manageable action consistently than to go big for a few days and then quit. Think of habits like planting seeds. At first, the changes might seem small, even insignificant. But over time, they grow into something powerful. It's the principle of compounding. And it applies just as much to your actions as it does to your finances. The small positive habits you build today will multiply over time, leading to massive results in the future. One of the best ways to solidify a habit is to tie it to something you already do. If you want to start journaling, do it right after you brush your teeth each morning. If you want to build the habit of reading, do it before bed each night. By linking a new habit to an existing one, you create a trigger that reminds you to take action. And track your progress. There's something incredibly motivating about seeing your streak of consistency grow. Find a way to measure your efforts. Tracking not only keeps you accountable, but also gives you a sense of accomplishment as you see the evidence of your hard work. And don't forget to reward yourself along the way. Positive reinforcement is a powerful motivator. When you hit a milestone, celebrate your progress. The reward doesn't have to be extravagant. It just needs to remind you that your efforts are paying off. Now, here's an important point. Expect setbacks. Building new habits isn't a straight path. There will be days when you slip up, when life gets in the way, or when your motivation wanes. That's normal. The key is to not let a setback become a stopping point. One missed day doesn't undo all your progress. What matters is getting back on track as quickly as possible. Finally, surround yourself with support. Your environment plays a huge role in shaping your habits. And if you're trying to stay motivated, spend time with people who inspire and encourage you. Habits are the building blocks of success. They're the actions you take consistently, day in and day out, that create the life you want to live. By focusing on the right habits and by committing to them before the year even begins, you set yourself up for long-term success. Because at the end of the day, it's not what you do occasionally that matters. It's what you do consistently. The fifth thing you must do before the year begins is to craft a vision for your future that is both inspiring and actionable. A clear, compelling vision is like a compass. It gives you direction and keeps you focused, even when the road gets rough. Without a vision, you're at the mercy of circumstances, reacting to whatever comes your way. But with a vision, you have something to aim for, something that pulls you forward with purpose and determination. Start by asking yourself this question. Where do you want to be a year from now? And don't just think about the surface level details. Go deeper. What kind of person do you want to become? What kind of life do you want to live? Picture it in vivid detail. What does your ideal day look like? Who are you with? What are you doing? How do you feel? The clearer your vision, the more real it becomes, and the more motivated you'll be to make it happen. Once you have a general idea of your vision, break it down into specific areas of your life. Think about your career, your finances, your relationships, your personal growth, and any other areas that matter to you. What do you want to achieve in each of these areas? Be ambitious, but also realistic. Your vision should stretch you, but it shouldn't feel impossible. It should excite you, not overwhelm you. As you craft your vision, focus on the why. Why do these goals and dreams matter to you? What's the deeper meaning behind them? A vision that's rooted in purpose is far more powerful than one that's based solely on external rewards. Wanting to earn more money is fine, but it's the reason behind that goal that gives it real power. The stronger your why, the stronger your commitment. Next, think about the long term. While this exercise is about preparing for the coming year, it's also important to see how that year fits into the bigger picture. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? In 10? Your vision for the next year should align with your broader aspirations. It's about creating a cohesive plan for your life, where each step builds on the last. Now that you have a clear picture of your vision, write it down. And I don't mean just jotting a few notes in the margins of a notebook. Take the time to articulate it fully, as if you're writing a story about your future. Be descriptive. Be specific. Use language that inspires you. Writing your vision solidifies it in your mind and makes it feel more tangible. But here's the key. Your vision isn't just something to dream about. It's something to act on. This is where many people falter. They create a beautiful vision, but fail to translate it into action. To avoid this, identify the steps you need to take to bring your vision to life. What actions can you start taking today, this week, or this month to move closer to your ideal future? Break it down into manageable pieces and prioritize the most important steps. Another important aspect of vision building is visualization. Take a few minutes each day to close your eyes and imagine yourself living out your vision. See it in your mind's eye as vividly as possible. Feel the emotions associated with it: pride, joy, excitement, fulfillment. Visualization isn't just a feel-good exercise. It programs your subconscious mind to believe in the possibility of your vision, which in turn influences your thoughts and actions. As you work toward your vision, remember that it's not set in stone. Life is unpredictable, and your priorities may evolve. Be willing to adapt your vision as needed, but always stay true to your core values and aspirations. Think of your vision as a living document, something that grows and changes with you. Finally, share your vision with someone you trust. Speaking your dreams out loud gives them power, and having someone else know about your vision creates a sense of accountability. Choose someone who will support you, encourage you, and hold you to your highest potential. Their belief in your vision can bolster your own, especially on days when self-doubt creeps in. Crafting a vision for your future is one of the most empowering things you can do. It's not just about setting goals or making plans. It's about defining what success means to you and taking ownership of your life. When you have a clear vision, you're no longer just reacting to the world around you. You're creating the life you want to live, one step at a time.
In the hustle and bustle of life, we often forget the value of discretion. It's a simple concept, but one that carries a great deal of weight. Now, I'm sure many of you have heard the old saying, "Loose lips sink ships." That phrase comes from the wartime era, when secrets were vital, and any slip of the tongue could lead to disastrous consequences. But you don't have to be in the middle of a world war to understand the importance of keeping certain things to yourself. How many times have you shared a big idea, a grand plan, or an ambitious goal with someone, only to feel the excitement and energy drain out of it as soon as the words left your mouth? Have you ever felt that? You're fired up about something, ready to take on the world. And then, after sharing it with someone, it suddenly doesn't seem as thrilling or as certain anymore. Why is that? There's a power in secrecy, in keeping your business to yourself. I'm not talking about being paranoid or hiding everything from everyone. But there's a wisdom in moving quietly, in working diligently behind the scenes, until you're ready to reveal the finished product to the world. Think about it. When you share your plans prematurely, you expose them to external influences, doubts, opinions, and even the subtle envy of others. Not everyone who listens to your plans is rooting for your success. Some people are like that bucket of cold water, ready to douse your fire before it has a chance to really burn. And it's not always because they're bad people. Sometimes it's just human nature. We all have our own fears, doubts, and insecurities. When you share your dreams, you're also sharing the responsibility of nurturing them. And not everyone is equipped to do that. A few years back, I was mentoring a young man who was full of big ideas. He was an entrepreneur at heart, always dreaming up the next big thing. One day, he came to me with an exciting new business concept. Now, I could see the passion in his eyes, the fire in his belly. But as soon as he shared it with a few friends, I noticed something change. His enthusiasm started to wane. The friends he confided in didn't see the vision the way he did. They pointed out flaws, offered unsolicited advice, and before long, this young man started doubting himself. The more he talked about his idea, the more uncertain he became. Eventually, he abandoned the project altogether. Now, was it because the idea was bad? Not at all. It was because he let the opinions of others dilute his passion. He allowed their doubts to become his doubts. And that, my friends, is a dangerous thing. When you keep your plans to yourself, you preserve the integrity of your vision. You give it time to grow, to take root in your mind and your heart, without the interference of outside forces. It's like planting a seed in the ground. You don't dig it up every day to see if it's growing, do you? No. You water it, you nourish it, and you let it do its thing in the dark, unseen by the world, until one day it breaks through the soil and reaches for the sky. Your dreams are like that seed. They need time to grow in the safety of your own mind before they're exposed to the world. And when you do share them, it should be with those who have earned the right to hear them. those who will support you, encourage you, and help you make them a reality. I want you to think about something. The greatest achievements in history were often made in silence. Look at the inventors, the pioneers, the trailblazers. They didn't go around broadcasting their intentions to the world. They worked quietly, diligently, sometimes for years, before unveiling their creations to the public. And when they did, it wasn't just an idea. They had something concrete to show for it. Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, the dynamic duo behind Apple. Now, picture them back in the 70s, before Apple was a household name. They weren't running around telling everyone, "Hey, we're building a personal computer that's going to change the world." No, they were in Jobs' garage, quietly putting their heads together, working long hours, tinkering with circuits and code, and slowly but surely bringing their vision to life. Back then, the idea of a personal computer was almost laughable. Computers were these gigantic, expensive machines that only big companies and universities could afford. The idea that every home could have a computer, that was revolutionary. But imagine if they'd gone out and shared their plans with just anyone. How many people would have said, "Steve, Woz, what are you thinking? A computer in every home?" There's no market for that. It's never going to work. If they had let those voices in, if they had opened the door to that kind of doubt and negativity, who knows what might have happened? But they didn't. They kept their vision close. They kept their focus sharp. And they didn't let the noise of the outside world interfere with their work. They didn't need to shout about what they were doing. They let their work speak for itself. And when they were finally ready to reveal the Apple I, they weren't just offering an idea. They were offering a product, something tangible, something real. And that's when the world took notice. By keeping their plans under wraps and guarding their vision, they were able to build something that laid the foundation for one of the most influential companies in history. The lesson here? Sometimes the best thing you can do for your dreams is to keep them to yourself until they're ready. Let your success be your announcement. Let the world see the results of your quiet, persistent work. And when they do, they'll be amazed at what you have accomplished, while they were busy doubting. There's another reason to keep your plans a secret, and it has to do with the element of surprise. When you're working on something big, there's a power in revealing it only when it's ready. It's like an ace up your sleeve, a card you can play when the time is right. And when you do, the impact is much greater because no one saw it coming. Imagine you're in a race, and everyone thinks they know your strategy. They're expecting you to take a certain path, to follow a predictable pattern. But what they don't know is that you've been training in secret, working on a new technique that's going to give you the edge. When the time comes, and you pull ahead with that unexpected move, the shockwave it creates is far more powerful than if they'd seen it coming. That's what happens when you keep your plans to yourself. You maintain the element of surprise. You control the narrative. You're not playing by anyone else's rules but your own. Now, let's talk about the flip side. What happens when you tell everybody your business? well, you lose control. The moment your plans are out in the open, they're no longer yours alone. They're subject to the scrutiny, the criticism, and the influence of others. And here's the thing. Not everyone will see your vision the way you do. Not everyone will understand the passion behind it, the reason why you're doing what you're doing. And so, they start to project their own fears, their own limitations onto you. Are you sure that's a good idea? Isn't that a bit risky? What if it doesn't work out? Suddenly, your once brilliant idea starts to feel a little less certain. You begin to doubt yourself. Not because you've lost faith, but because you've allowed other voices to enter your mind. There's an old proverb that says, if you chase two rabbits, you'll catch neither. The same principle applies here. When you spread your focus, your energy, and your enthusiasm too thin, by telling everyone your business, you dilute your chances of success. Your attention is divided. And instead of chasing your goal with singular focus, you're caught up in managing the opinions and expectations of others. Here's an example from my own life. When I first started out, all those years ago, I had a lot of ideas. I was excited, eager to make my mark. And I made the mistake of sharing my plans with just about anyone who would listen. I thought that by talking about them, I was somehow bringing them closer to reality. But what I didn't realize was that the more I talked, the less I did. The energy I should have been putting into action was instead being spent on words, on conversations that often led nowhere. It took me a while to learn that lesson. But once I did, everything changed. I started keeping my ideas to myself, working on them quietly until they were ready to be revealed. And when they were, they had substance. They weren't just dreams or plans. They were realities. And that made all the difference. So what can you do? How do you keep your plans a secret in a world that's constantly encouraging you to share everything? To broadcast your every move? First, you need to cultivate a sense of inner confidence. Believe in your vision so strongly that you don't need external validation. When you're confident in your path, you won't feel the need to tell everyone about it. You'll be content to work quietly, knowing that your time will come when the results will speak for themselves. Next, be selective about who you share your plans with. Not everyone needs to know what you're working on. Choose your confidants wisely, people who have your best interests at heart, who will support you without judgment, and who will keep your secrets as well as you do. These are the people you can trust, the ones who will be there to cheer you on, not tear you down. And here's the last one. Learn to enjoy the process. It's easy to get caught up in the excitement of sharing your plans. But there's something deeply satisfying about working in silence, about watching your vision come to life without the noise of the outside world. When you're focused on the process, on the work itself, you'll find that the need to tell everyone fades away. You're too busy building, creating, and moving forward to worry about what others think. I'm not saying you should never share your plans. There's a time and a place for everything. But you must be strategic about it. Reveal your cards only when you're ready, when you have something concrete to show for your efforts, When you do, the impact will be much greater. And you'll find that you're in a much stronger position to succeed. Remember this: your dreams, your goals, your plans, they are precious. Treat them as such. Protect them, nurture them, and don't be too quick to share them with the world. Keep your business to yourself. Work diligently behind the scenes. And when the time is right, let your success speak for itself. So, go out there and make things happen. But do it quietly, with purpose and determination. The world doesn't need to know your every move. Let them see the results instead. And when they do, they'll be amazed at what you've accomplished. While they were busy talking, remember, sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is to keep your plans a secret. And let your actions speak louder than your words.
Why? Why do we do what we do? Why do we set some goals and not others? Why do we take some actions and hesitate on others? That's a big question, isn't it? And it's a question we have to keep asking ourselves throughout our lives. You know, when I was a young man, I found myself asking this question a lot. Why am I working so hard and getting so little? Why am I struggling to pay the bills when others seem to have figured out the secret to financial independence? And one day, I had an encounter that changed my life. I met my mentor, Mr. Schoaf, and he told me something that stuck with me. He said, "Jim, it's not what happens that determines your life's future. It's what you do about what happens." You see, I was asking the wrong kind of why. I was asking, why is this happening to me? When I should have been asking, why am I not doing something about it? The why is the core. It's the root that nourishes the tree of our actions. If your why is strong enough, you'll figure out the how. And that's the secret. A lot of people get stuck on the how. They say, how am I going to do this? How will I ever achieve my dreams? But the truth is, if you have a powerful why, the how begins to reveal itself. You might not have all the answers at the start, but you don't need all the answers. You just need a reason, one compelling reason to get started. Why go after your dreams? Why set big goals? Why push yourself out of your comfort zone? Why work so hard on yourself? These are the questions that require us to look inside, to examine what really matters. You see, life doesn't give us what we want. Life gives us what we deserve based on the choices we make and the actions we take. And those choices, those actions are fueled by our why. Your why is important. And if you can figure out your why, then here's the next question you need to ask yourself. Why not? You see, after you ask why, the next logical question is, why not? Why not you? Why not now? Why not take a chance? Why not test your abilities? Why not see how far you can go? A lot of people get stuck in life because they're afraid to ask that question. They look at other people's success and think, well, that's for them, not for me. They see someone achieving great things and they say, I could never do that. But the real question to ask yourself is, why not? Why not you? You see, one of the biggest obstacles in life is the self-imposed limitation. It's not the market, it's not the economy, it's not the government, it's not the weather, it's not the traffic. It's us. It's our own doubts and fears that keep us from going after what we really want. And those doubts and fears often come from a lack of belief in our own potential. But here's what I've learned. You have more potential than you can possibly imagine. You have the capacity to achieve things you never thought possible. But it all starts with that question. Why not? A lot of times we limit ourselves because we're afraid of failure. We think, what if I try and I fail? What if I put in all this effort and it doesn't work out? But you know what the real risk is? The real risk is not trying at all. The real risk is settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living. The real risk is looking back one day and saying, I could have, I should have, but I didn't. That, my friends, is the real tragedy. So, why not take a chance on yourself? Why not invest in your own growth? Why not push the boundaries of what you think is possible? Why not learn that new skill? Why not start that business you've been dreaming about? Why not? And the answer to that question is often a story we've been telling ourselves. I'm not smart enough. I'm not talented enough. I'm not lucky enough. But those are just stories, and you have the power to rewrite them. And once you get into that mindset, why not? Why not you? Ask yourself, why not now? That's a big one. Timing is an interesting thing. A lot of people say, someday I'll do this. Someday I'll go after my dreams. Someday I'll take that leap of faith. But here's the problem with someday. It doesn't exist. There's no day on the calendar called someday. There's only today. Right now. This moment. And if you don't act now, when will you? I've seen people wait their entire lives for the perfect moment. But the truth is, there is no perfect moment. There is only this moment and what you decide to do with it. You see, life is about decisions. It's about taking action when the opportunity arises. And sometimes that opportunity comes dressed in work clothes. Sometimes it comes disguised as a challenge. Sometimes it comes at the most inconvenient time. But if you keep waiting for everything to line up perfectly, you might find yourself waiting forever. Why not now? Because now is all you've got. The past is gone, the future is uncertain, but you have this moment. And in this moment, you have the power to make a decision that can change the course of your life. You can decide to take that first step, no matter how small. You can decide to let go of excuses. You can decide to stop waiting for permission. You can decide to bet on yourself. So what is your why? What is it that drives you? What is it that you truly want to achieve? And once you've got that, ask yourself, why not? Why not go for it? Why not take that leap? And then ask, why not now? What's stopping you from taking that first step today? Sometimes we need to challenge our own thinking. We need to break free from the limitations we've set for ourselves. And it all starts with those three questions. Why? Why not? And why not now? Because life is too short to wait for the perfect moment. Life is too precious to settle for anything less than what you are capable of. I want you to think about the dreams you've put on hold, the goals you've set aside, the changes you've been meaning to make. And I want you to ask yourself, why not now? Because you have the power to change your life, starting today. Not next week, not next month, not next year. Today. Why? Because you deserve it. Why not? Because you're capable of more than you know. Why not now? Because now is the only time you've got. So, take that step. Make that move. Ask yourself these questions every day and let them guide you toward the life you were meant to live.
It's a tough pill to swallow, but it's one of the most important lessons you'll ever learn. Nobody cares about your problems. Now, I don't say that to be harsh or to belittle what you're going through. Everyone has struggles. Everyone has challenges. But what separates those who succeed from those who don't is how they choose to deal with those challenges. The truth is, while others may lend a sympathetic ear or offer a word of encouragement, the reality is that ultimately, it's up to you to take charge of your life and your circumstances. No one else is going to do it for you. Now tell me, how many times have you heard someone complaining about their situation? Maybe you've done it yourself. We've all been there, haven't we? Life throws a curveball, and suddenly we're talking about how unfair it is, how we were dealt a bad hand, or how someone else is to blame. But here's the thing. While you're sitting there feeling sorry for yourself, life is still moving forward. The world keeps turning. Your circumstances don't change simply because you wish they would, and certainly not because you've told someone about how tough you have it. I knew a man in my early days. He was a hard-working fellow. He got up early every day, put in his hours, but it just seemed like nothing ever went right for him. Every time something went wrong, he'd go around telling everyone about his latest problem. And you know what? People would listen. They'd nod sympathetically. But at the end of the day, nothing changed. He spent so much time focusing on his problems that he forgot the most important thing: focusing on the solution. And that's the key, isn't it? It's not about what happens to you. It's about what you do with what happens to you. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't share your struggles or that you should bottle everything up inside. That's not the point. The point is to understand that sympathy and empathy from others are not going to solve your problems. They might make you feel better for a moment, but they don't change your reality. The only thing that changes your reality is you. So, instead of seeking out people who will validate your struggles, start looking for ways to overcome them. You've got to get to work on yourself. One of the best things Mr. Schoaf taught me was to take full responsibility for my own life. He said, "Jim, if you want things to change, you have to change. If you want things to get better, you have to get better." And it clicked for me. It wasn't the government's fault. It wasn't the economy. It wasn't my background or my circumstances. It was me. I was the one who had to change if I wanted my life to change. So what have you been blaming? What have you been pointing the finger at? Now, don't get me wrong. I understand that there are external factors, things outside of our control. But here's the deal. You can't control what happens to you, but you can control how you respond to it. You can control your attitude, your actions, your mindset. And when you start taking responsibility for where you are in life, something amazing happens. You start to gain control over your future. You see, one of the reasons nobody cares about your problems is because they have their own problems. Everybody's got something they're dealing with. Everybody's fighting a battle you know nothing about. And sometimes, when we're so focused on what's wrong in our own lives, we forget that we're not the only ones struggling. That's why it's so crucial to shift your focus from your problems to the solutions. When you do that, not only do you start improving your own life, but you also become an inspiration to others. People don't rally around complainers. They rally around problem solvers. I've seen it time and again, in business, in relationships, in every area of life. The people who succeed are not the ones who avoid problems, but the ones who face them head on. They take the punches, they learn the lessons, and they move forward. They don't sit around waiting for someone else to fix their problems for them. They get up, dust themselves off, and say, "All right, what's next?" They turn their problems into opportunities for growth. Now, you might be sitting there thinking, "But Jim, you don't know my situation. It's not that easy." And you're right. I don't know your situation. But here's what I do know. If you keep telling yourself it's not possible, if you keep focusing on why it's so hard, you're going to stay stuck right where you are. You've got to shift your mindset. You've got to start asking different questions. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" Instead of asking, "Why doesn't someone help me?" ask, "How can I help myself?" Here's another key point. Nobody cares about your problems because they're not living your life. You are. They don't feel the weight of your burdens. They don't wake up with your fears, your doubts, your obstacles. But you do. And that's why you're the only one who can change it. You have to live with the results of your choices. So make sure you're making the right ones. Make the choice to rise above your problems, to use them as fuel for your journey, instead of as an anchor that holds you back. I remember a young man who came up to me after one of my seminars. He told me how he was struggling in his business, how nothing seemed to go right. He was looking for some magic answer, period, some easy solution. And I said to him, "Young man, you've got to work harder on yourself than you do on your business." You see, period. He was looking for an external fix to an internal problem. He was waiting for someone else to care enough to change his situation. But what he needed was to care enough about himself to change it. We all have this tendency, don't we? We want someone to come along and save us, to fix things for us. But I'm telling you that someone is you. You are the hero of your own story. You're the one who gets to decide whether your problems are going to defeat you or drive you, whether they'll be your excuse or your motivation. Now let's get practical. If you're facing problems right now, I want you to take a moment and write them down. Write down everything that's weighing on you, everything that's holding you back. Get it all out on paper. Now, period. Look at that list and ask yourself, what can I do about this? Not what can someone else do, but what can I do? You see, period. When you start taking ownership of your problems, when you start looking for ways you can address them, something incredible happens. You go from being a victim of your circumstances to being a creator of your destiny. And that's when things start to change. That's when you begin to realize that those problems, those obstacles, they were never meant to stop you. They were meant to strengthen you, to teach you, to shape you into the person you need to become to achieve your goals. But it all starts with taking responsibility. It starts with understanding that nobody cares about your problems as much as you do. And that's a good thing, because it means you have the power to change them. What's it going to be? Are you going to keep waiting for someone else to come along and change your life? Or are you going to take charge and do it yourself? Are you going to keep focusing on what's wrong? Or are you going to start focusing on what you can do to make it right? The choice is yours. It always has been. Life is short. We don't have time to waste feeling sorry for ourselves, wishing things were different. We have to use the time we've got to make things different, to become stronger, wiser, better. And it starts with this simple realization. Nobody cares about your problems as much as you do. But that's okay, because you have everything within you to overcome them. You've got the power to change your life, to turn your problems into possibilities. But it's up to you to take that power and use it. It's up to you to decide that your problems are not going to define you. Your actions are.
The pride of finishing a chapter of a personal project, or noticing that a new routine has boosted your energy levels. You can track immediate changes in your environment. Maybe your workspace becomes tidier or your daily schedule more relaxed because you tackled lingering chores earlier in the week. By spotting these near-term wins, you nurture a consistent appetite for action, fueling the will to press on even when the ultimate goal still lies beyond the horizon. Guilt can become a subtle barrier, masquerading as a push to do better, but often leading to the same inaction. If you constantly berate yourself for not doing more, you might slip into a negative cycle where you feel too defeated to make any progress at all. A gentler yet firm approach, acknowledging you want to improve without beating yourself up, allows for healthier motivation. You can observe, I didn't achieve everything I wanted today, but tomorrow is a fresh chance, rather than I always fail, so why bother trying? This balanced perspective lets you own your shortcomings without letting them define you, ultimately breaking the chains of inertia that guilt often forges. Your environment can be molded to reinforce action. Suppose you're aiming to read more. Stashing a book in a visible spot might remove the excuse, I don't have any reading material nearby. If your goal is to exercise daily, placing workout clothes where you'll see them first thing in the morning can push away the claim, I forgot to prepare. By making the path to your priority as frictionless as possible, you reduce the micro barriers that feed excuses. Even labeling certain items or areas with short reminders can anchor your intentions. Instead of waiting for the perfect cue, you're shaping the world around you to spark execution at just the right times. Trying new methods for repeated tasks combats dullness, which can otherwise become an excuse itself. You might notice that a daily routine grows stale and start telling yourself it's too boring or repetitive to bother continuing. By slightly altering the approach, maybe changing the order of tasks, using a timer to race the clock, or adding an element of creativity, you keep your mind engaged and less prone to drifting off. Small tweaks reinvigorate the process, reminding you that execution doesn't have to be a joyless slog. Each variation can yield insights on how to refine your system further, making the entire workflow more resilient against boredom-fueled excuses. Emotional triggers often lie behind last-minute excuses. If you notice a pattern, like whenever you feel anxious, you suddenly need to reorganize your desk, it's worth addressing that emotion directly. Instead of diverting yourself, pause to acknowledge the anxiety and remind yourself of the bigger purpose. By intentionally sitting with the feeling for a moment, you stop allowing it to stealthily redirect your time. This acknowledgement, followed by a small step of action, reconditions your reaction to stress, making it a signal to lean in rather than to retreat. Setting micro deadlines is another effective tool for overcoming the illusion of enough time. When you tell yourself you'll finish a piece of work sometime before the end of the week, you open the door for indefinite postponement. Instead, decide you'll finish one key component by Wednesday at noon. That specificity forces you to plan your hours leading up to noon, disarming the excuse that you've got too many other things to do, or that the final deadline is still far away. Each mini target hit across the week compounds into a tangible sense of progress, starving off the typical rationales for delay. Accountability can be doubled by offering to provide evidence. Think about it. You might agree to show your mentor or friend the tangible output of your work, a draft, a video recording, or a completed list of tasks. Knowing you'll have to present proof can focus your mind, shutting down the convenience of telling yourself, no one will notice if I skip it. This strategy is powerful because it converts intangible promises into visible results. If you struggle with consistent follow-through, this layer of external verification often tips the scale in favor of doing rather than waiting. Time blocking your calendar can further repel excuses. You set aside a concrete slot for a chosen activity rather than vaguely saying, I'll get it done today. When that block arrives, you treat it as seriously as any other appointment. Should an excuse pop up, like, I'm not quite in the mood, you remind yourself that this is a scheduled commitment, akin to a meeting you'd never randomly skip without good reason. This approach rearranges your mental hierarchy. If you've pre-decided that a certain hour belongs to your project, you refrain from giving that hour away to lesser tasks or fleeting impulses. Internalizing the phrase, done is better than perfect, can free you from pausing a task mid-stride just because you discover it won't meet some lofty standard right away. Perfectionism, ironically, often does more to stall execution than to enhance quality. If you allow yourself to complete a rough version, knowing you can improve it if time allows, you bypass the mental friction that arises whenever things aren't immaculate. This acceptance of imperfection can be an antidote to the common excuse that I'm not ready, or it won't be good enough yet, reaffirming that an imperfect action typically surpasses perfect inaction. Positive self-talk counters the negative spiral that leads to procrastination. Each time your mind conjures reasons to stall, you can reframe obstacles as opportunities to develop resilience or creativity. This approach redirects your focus away from fear or hesitation and anchors it in the potential for growth. When you catch yourself thinking, I can't start because I'm not fully prepared, You respond with, I'll become more prepared by doing the initial steps. Over time, these statements become your default internal responses, quieting the nagging voice that seeks a rationale for inaction. That shift from negative self-talk to constructive, optimistic language can be subtle at first, but can dramatically shorten the gap between thinking about a goal and working on it. Changing your environment means reducing friction points that let you slip back into passivity. Small environmental tweaks may seem negligible, yet they create a physical structure that supports follow-through rather than excuses. You remove or reduce the triggers that typically lure you into explaining away why you can't focus just yet. Overcoming indecision can be crucial when it forms the root of your delays. You might stall because you're unsure which project or method to pursue. In those cases, setting a brief window to decide can help. You tell yourself, I will spend the next 10 minutes weighing the options, and then I will pick one and move forward. By placing a limit on the decision phase, you ensure it doesn't extend indefinitely under the guise of seeking clarity. Often, once you commit to a course, even if it's not guaranteed perfect, you find reasons to refine and make it work, rather than continuing to circle around in mental debate. Practice is vital. Transforming from a mindset that accepts excuses to one that prioritizes action isn't done through willpower alone. It's a daily rehearsal of making small, consistent choices that break the old pattern. You notice each time you're about to rationalize a delay and you counteract with a simple step forward. At first, it may feel forced or mechanical. But as you log more instances of bypassing the easy way out, you reinforce a new default behavior. When faced with tension or uncertainty, you lean toward action. This layering of experiences where you repeatedly confirm that action brings results gradually cements a habit. By the time a week passes, you may be surprised at how much you've accomplished and how little those old justifications cross your mind. Failure ceases to be frightening once you view it as a temporary setback rather than a defining event. Sometimes fear of failure underwrites all your excuses, suggesting that it's safer not to try than to risk a flawed outcome. But consistent action teaches a different lesson. You can recover from missteps, learn something valuable, and often come back stronger. That understanding reduces the emotional weight of potential failure, making the leap to execution easier to take. Rather than fixating on worst-case scenarios, you explore the possibilities that open up once you stop stalling. Modeling your routines after someone you admire can lessen your reliance on excuses. If a friend, mentor, or somebody else has a pattern of early morning productivity, clear goal setting, or daily achievements, try adopting a similar schedule or approach for a short trial period. The fresh structure can jolt you out of your comfort zone, demonstrating that you can adapt to new patterns and thrive. While you'll eventually tailor these habits to suit your lifestyle, the act of mirroring someone successful can break years of inertia in just a few days, proving to yourself that alternative methods are feasible if you're committed enough to try them. Communicating your objectives to key people in your life, family members, roommates, or close colleagues, reduces friction. If they know you're dedicating certain hours to a major project or skill, they're less likely to interrupt you with minor requests, which often become handy excuses to shift focus. This transparency about your ambition not only curtails potential disruptions, but highlights the significance of what you're doing. Whether they actively support you or simply refrain from adding extra demands, you create an external environment that respects your plan. This environment acts as a second layer of reinforcement, reducing the temptations to devolve under the banner of being too busy with other tasks. Coordinating your tasks in a logical sequence counters the excuse that you're waiting on something else. Instead of hitting a standstill if a particular resource or response is pending, you shift to another part of the project or a parallel objective you can progress on. This pivot keeps you occupied with productive work rather than stagnating. You learn to juggle multiple strands responsibly, ensuring that each day sees forward movement on at least one front. By viewing your goals as interconnected steps rather than a linear chain, you mitigate the excuse that you're stuck because one piece is on hold. Mental rehearsal of your next day's plan can make getting started smoother. Before going to bed, you run through which tasks you'll tackle first, which resources you need at hand, and the rough time frame for each. This quick mental preview reduces morning indecision. By the time you wake up, you've already mapped out your initial actions. Excuses often creep in during that morning lull, whispering that you're still tired or that some other errand should take priority. But if you visualized your day in advance, you've effectively preempted that swirl of indecision, leaving less room for avoidance. At times, you might notice you're stuck in a specific mental loop, cycling through the same reasons for not progressing. Writing down each excuse, actually listing them on paper, lets you see how repetitive they can be. Next to each one, you can jot a counter strategy. If you always claim, "I'm too exhausted after work," you can vow to do a 15-minute transition activity that revitalizes you, like a brisk walk or a short rest, before diving into your project. Over time, this reference sheet becomes a personal manual for dismantling your typical escape routes. Knowing you have a pre-planned response to each common excuse deflates their potency when they inevitably pop up. Negative peer influence is another subtle anchor that can keep you anchored to stalling. If those around you constantly downplay ambition or emphasize reasons not to do things, you might adopt that mindset unconsciously. Spotting this pattern helps you correct it by seeking out or spending more time with people who respect the hustle, who talk about potential solutions rather than reeling off snags. While you can't always choose your entire environment, you can selectively limit how much you internalize naysayers' views. Affirming your own goals in the presence of that negativity can be challenging at first, but it eventually solidifies your personal stance on taking action. Sometimes clarifying your end goal can end the confusion that spawns excuses. If you keep your aspirations too vague, like, "I want to be successful," you never specify what success entails, making it easy to stall. Translating that dream into a defined target, such as, "I want to produce a working draft of my plan within 3 months," gives you a focal point. Then every day, you measure your actions against that tangible objective. If you find yourself drifting, you recall the specifics. "I'm aiming to have these sections written by the end of next week." That clarity stands in stark contrast to indefinite goals, where you can always argue there's time later. If you're grappling with several potential goals, picking one that feels most relevant for the next few days can slice through the trap of trying to do everything at once. A scattered approach, where you dabble in multiple ideas without real traction, makes it easy to declare yourself too overloaded to commit. By focusing on a single priority, maybe it's finishing that overdue assignment, or testing a skill you've been curious about. You channel your attention. This kind of short, intense engagement can yield a burst of progress, reaffirming that when you narrow your scope, you minimize excuses. You'll often find that completing or significantly advancing one item jumpstarts enthusiasm for tackling the next. A tolerance for uncertainty helps neutralize excuses. You might be waiting for the perfect plan or a guarantee of success, but action typically unfolds in partial clarity. You accept that some questions remain unanswered and that you may adjust on the fly. Embracing that incomplete knowledge is liberating. You no longer need every detail before making a move. Instead, you see the path as something that emerges under your feet as you walk. By adopting this perspective, you remove the "I need more certainty" rationale and replace it with the readiness to figure things out along the way. Knowing your typical energy dips can help you plan around them rather than letting them spawn excuses. If you always hit a slump mid-afternoon, schedule a less demanding or more routine task, then reserving your best mental hours for complex or creative endeavors. This approach disarms the excuse that you're too tired to do valuable work, because you're now working with your natural rhythms instead of fighting them. Over time, you get a better sense of how to slot each type of activity, so the times you typically zone out become an opportunity for simpler autopilot tasks or brief rest. By day's end, you've done more with fewer feelings of burnout. You might consider pairing an enjoyable activity with a must-do task that tempts you to stall. If you dread data entry, you could allow yourself to listen to a favorite music album only during that task. This technique merges pleasure with effort, creating a small burst of positive association. It doesn't trivialize the work, rather, it counters the instinct to avoid it. Over multiple repetitions, your brain starts to see that chore less as a dreaded slot and more as a window of mild enjoyment, thereby reducing the mental friction behind typical excuses. Balancing big picture planning with immediate actionable steps keeps you from defaulting to conceptual daydreams. If you dwell too long on visions of ultimate success, like writing that best-selling novel or launching a groundbreaking venture, you might avoid the gritty small tasks that move you forward. Constructing a roadmap where the end goal stands up front, but the week-by-week actions are clearly laid out, turns each day into a mission rather than a mental fantasy. You see the connection between finishing today's draft chapter and your broader ambition. This structure undercuts all the reasons to postpone, because the path is spelled out in real, doable increments. Keeping a sense of humor about minor stumbles can dispel tension that might otherwise become a reason to bail. If you slip up, maybe you overslept or forgot to do a smaller task, laughing at the mishap and resetting your intention preserves momentum better than spiraling into self-criticism. Humor and patience act as buffers against the heaviness of perceived failure, reminding you that a single error needn't derail the entire effort. It's a quick mental reset button. Yes, you messed up, but there's still the rest of the day or week to right the ship. Curiosity about how you might improve transforms frustration into fuel. Rather than thinking, "I can't believe I still haven't finished this," you adopt, "I wonder which part of my process I can tweak to speed this up." Shifting from blame to curiosity stimulates problem solving, revealing new tactics or methods that can dissolve the blocks you once labeled as excuses. A curious mindset is playful, less rigid about immediate perfection, more open to trial and error. By asking, what can I learn from this delay? You find insights that help you refine your approach. Performance rituals can ease you past the threshold where excuses thrive. Maybe you have a small routine, lighting a candle, doing a brief stretch, or clearing your desk, that signals it's time to work. This physical or sensory cue can override internal hesitation, as your body comes to associate that ritual with immediate focus. Over days and weeks, you create a conditioned response. Once the ritual starts, so does productive action, leaving little room for last-second justifications not to begin. If you find yourself sliding into older, excuse-laden patterns, step back and reevaluate. Perhaps you need to shake up your approach, adjust the complexity of tasks, reassign daily time slots, or revisit your initial reasoning for tackling the goal. This reevaluation is itself a form of action. Instead of ignoring the slump, you address it head-on. That willingness to pivot keeps you from languishing in a cycle of partial effort, followed by rationalized surrender. Each recalibration reaffirms that you're committed to finding solutions rather than letting obstacles slide you back into inaction. When progress stalls for days, it can help to do a mini postmortem. You ask, which day did things fall apart and what triggered it? Pinpointing the turning point, maybe a discouraging comment from someone, or an unexpected personal issue, gives you a clear direction for your next solution. Maybe you realize you need to buffer your schedule more when external demands spike, or you need extra morale-boosting strategies after receiving critical feedback. This analytical view prevents the slump from festering, as you essentially debug your workflow the way you'd fix a glitch in a system, refusing to let it persist. Scaling your ambition to match your current capacity is key. If your vision outstrips your available time or energy by a huge margin, the gap can foster endless excuses. Maybe you aim to build a massive new enterprise, but currently have only weekends free. Instead of conceding defeat, you refine the scope for now, focusing on a smaller initial version. This measured approach prevents the all-or-nothing mentality. You move forward at a scale you can actually handle, collecting momentum that one day might let you expand that vision. A forward-looking approach is enhanced by celebrating each incremental win. Some keep a victory list at the end of each day. Even minor achievements like sending an important email or finishing a short training module go on that list. These daily reflections remind you that you are indeed acting. So the usual excuses of "I never get anywhere" begin to lose credibility. In the face of tangible daily proof, your mind can't as easily justify a narrative of failure. Instead, you see visible evidence of consistent effort, reinforcing the cycle of action. As you progress, your identity shifts toward that of a doer rather than a dreamer. This shift can be subtle but profound. Previously, you might have comforted yourself with the idea that you have big plans, even though you rarely started them. Now you find satisfaction in actually checking items off, completing phases of projects, and learning from small experiments. The pride of real execution replaces the hollow comfort of indefinite planning. Each week that passes sees you further along, and each step dispels the notion that you need more excuses. As you accumulate these steady victories day by day, you reinforce a mindset that values consistent effort over sporadic bursts of inspiration. By continuing to show up, whether you feel fully energized or just moderately so, you prove to yourself that your productivity isn't at the mercy of mood or circumstance. This reliability undercuts another prevalent excuse, the idea that you can't act when you're not in an ideal headspace. In reality, many of the world's most accomplished figures moved forward despite feeling less than perfect on countless occasions. The common thread is their refusal to let a passing emotional state dictate whether or not to engage with their ambitions. An interesting effect of consistent action is that it often inspires those around you. When friends or colleagues see that you no longer deflect tasks or talk endlessly about possibilities without follow-through, they might become curious about your methods. This can spark conversations in which you share tips like setting micro deadlines, creating a routine, or adopting a quick daily reflection. Before long, you may find yourself leading informal accountability groups or simply exchanging daily progress updates. This mutual support can further drive your own consistency. You don't want to let others down, and their visible growth fuels you too. One challenge that often resurfaces is dealing with repetitive tasks that lose novelty over time. In these instances, you can shift from seeking excitement to focusing on purpose. You might say, this routine paperwork feeds into a bigger project that matters, so I'll treat it with care. Or, closing out these small tasks frees my schedule for more creative pursuits. By reconnecting a mundane responsibility to the overall vision, you extinguish the excuse that it's too boring to handle. You accept that not every step glitters, but each one builds the ground on which your achievements rest. Seeing progression in black and white can hush your internal naysayer. If you maintain a list of completed tasks or a simple tracker marking each day you tackled your priorities, your mind has tangible proof of forward motion. When you start to murmur, I haven't really gotten anywhere, you can glance at that record and see the contrary evidence. This approach can seem almost too simple, but it effectively dispels illusions that nothing has changed, especially on days when motivation dips. It helps you identify patterns like which days of the week you're most productive and how often you're letting trivial errands encroach upon your main work. Breaking tasks into smaller increments soothes the fear that everything must be done in a massive, uninterrupted block. Suppose you want to craft an in-depth proposal but only have short windows throughout your week. Dividing the proposal into research, outlining, drafting, and revising ensures each piece fits into a briefer time slot. You no longer rely on the excuse that a 3-hour chunk is unavailable. Instead, you deploy the time you do have, steadily chipping away until the proposal stands complete. This method reveals how many so-called time constraints are actually illusions, vanishing when you approach your goal in a flexible manner. Another technique is harnessing a quick start rule. Whenever you catch yourself hesitating, commit to just 5 minutes of engagement with the task. After that, if you truly wish to stop, you can. Most often, once the 5 minutes pass, you're already immersed enough to continue. This technique disempowers the excuse, I'm not in the mood to begin, because 5 minutes feels so non-threatening that it's hard to justify not doing it at all. Essentially, you trick your inertia into motion, and once motion starts, the mind usually decides to keep going. If juggling multiple responsibilities is your main excuse, you can reevaluate your overall schedule. You may discover you're overcommitting to optional events or ignoring simpler ways to manage daily tasks like cooking or errands. Freeing up even a single hour a day by reorganizing chores or cutting back on excessive breaks can be enough to work steadily on your priority goal. The difference between 0 hours and 1 hour per day is monumental over the course of a week. Instead of letting the claim, "I have no time," dominate, you find pockets of time that were once lost to unplanned distractions. Establishing an end-of-day review can safeguard you from drifting through the week with minimal progress. Each night, you spend a few minutes noting what you tackled, what remains, and how you plan to address it tomorrow. Doing so closes the loop on each day with a sense of ownership. If you wasted the day on excuses, this review stares you in the face, prompting you to think, "Let's not do this again tomorrow." If you use your time well, you get the uplifting sense that you're on track, which fuels further consistency. Engaging with self-imposed or social challenges can ignite drive. You might create a game where you must accomplish a specific milestone each day for a week. If you succeed, you reward yourself with something meaningful, like a leisurely afternoon to read or a small purchase you've been eyeing. This gamified approach transforms tasks from burdens into objectives that let you win daily or weekly. The excitement of tracking these wins can eclipse the usual excuses that aim to delay effort. Identifying a single anchor task for each day can be transformative. An anchor task is the one thing that, if completed, makes you feel the day was worthwhile. By deciding that each day will have an anchor and committing to finishing it, regardless of obstacles, you relegate lesser excuses to the background. You might allow smaller tasks to shift around, but that anchor remains immovable. At first, it might be something small, like contacting a particular client or drafting a short piece. Over time, the anchor task can grow in complexity, reflecting your evolving capacity and confidence. Uncovering the deeper why behind each short-term target bolsters your resilience against doubt. If you've decided to research a certain topic every day this week, ask yourself what overarching objective it serves. Maybe it's fueling a bigger plan that will open professional doors or enrich your expertise in a valuable field. By linking that daily research session to a broader mission, you feel more driven to override excuses. It's hard to rationalize skipping something that's a key puzzle piece in a plan you genuinely care about. Should negativity about your capabilities arise, like thinking you're not smart enough or skilled enough, you can choose incremental skill building as a direct rebuttal to that excuse. If you feel unqualified, you spend half an hour learning or practicing the craft each day, steadily improving. In doing so, you remove the right to say, "I can't do this because I lack skill." Instead, your daily practice demonstrates that you're growing more qualified. Even if the pace is gradual. The progress, though small, becomes undeniable proof that your potential is expanding, one session at a time. Reflecting on past instances where you conquered a seemingly insurmountable hurdle can re-energize you now. Maybe you recall a situation you managed to resolve or a goal you reached under even tougher conditions. This memory challenges any current narrative that your circumstances are too restrictive. You've navigated adversity before, so it stands to reason you can do so again. The memory of real accomplishment under pressure is often more compelling than generic motivational phrases because it's based on your personal history. Over time, the shift away from excuses becomes so ingrained that it becomes second nature to spot them and dismiss them quickly. You might still hear the faint echo of, "I'm too tired," or "it won't matter anyway," but it barely resonates. Action has become your default stance, and you trust in the process enough not to sabotage it at the slightest discomfort. Your productivity rises, but beyond that, your sense of self-respect grows as well. You know yourself to be someone who executes on the intentions you set, not just someone who talks about them. If you keep this momentum going for a week, you'll see a tangible difference. Completed tasks, newly acquired habits, or at least a notable dent in a bigger project. That difference can be enough to make you realize how close you always were to taking action. If only you hadn't let excuses block the way. Recognizing that you can achieve real changes in such a short span is a spark that can last far beyond 7 days, fueling further growth and propelling you to tackle new challenges with the same sense of readiness. Taking real action this week is less about grand transformations and more about countless small decisions to move forward, despite the urge to rationalize a delay. Those moments of choice, when you decide to tackle a challenging task for 10 minutes, to set a micro deadline, or to brush aside doubts, accumulate swiftly. Each tiny step dispels the myth that you lack time, skill, or readiness. As you follow through on even the simplest tasks, you assert that your intentions carry weight, and the usual excuses find less room to take hold. By maintaining a schedule that respects your energy peaks, dedicating short, focused windows to key goals, and adjusting your environment to support progress, you build a self-sustaining cycle where effort feels natural rather than forced. Momentum grows as you see the results. An outline gets completed, a tough conversation finally takes place, or a skill begins to develop noticeably. That forward motion dissolves doubts, revealing that consistent action fuels genuine accomplishments far more effectively than waiting for better conditions ever could. You discover that motivation often follows movement. Once you start, you find you can keep going. And with each day of consistent action, you shift from dreaming of possibilities to living them, forging a life marked by purpose, execution, and the knowledge that excuses no longer stand in your way.